time is now 5:30, and we will call to order the meeting of the Board of Trustees for January the 18th. Before we start, I just wanted to recognize the fact that it is Board Recognition Month, so I could say this. We have two new board members have grandsons this week. Mr. Davis had a grandson last Tuesday, Thomas Bates King, was 7 pounds 6 ounces, and he called my little wide receiver, which was born today, Creed Ryan Murray, was 7 pounds 1 ounce, and so we're so excited to have new grandbabies. And now, if you will join with me, it's 5:30. We will start with the moment of silence and the pledges to the U.S. and Texas flags.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. At this time, item agenda 2 is presentation, recognitions, awards, and announcements, and we have Miss Elena Ladd recognizing School Board Recognition Month.
Thank you, President Murray, and good evening, trustees. It's my pleasure tonight to spend a little bit of time recognizing and talking about our school board members. We talk about our teachers, principals, and staff, but January is actually School Board Recognition Month in the state of Texas. And here in Midland ISD, we are proud to celebrate that and the important role that our trustees play in ensuring educational excellence. So at your seat, you will find floral arrangements which have been designed by Legacy and Midland High floral design students, a framed certificate recognizing your service, and a shirt to wear as you represent Midland ISD in the community as a trustee. For those who may not be aware, school board service is an unpaid volunteer role which requires many hours, difficult decisions, and careful management of precious public resources. School board members have the crucial task of setting goals and direction for the district, and ultimately, the board serves as an advocate for Midland's youth, placing what is best for children first. On behalf of the staff and broader MISD community, we thank you this month and all months for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did want to recognize also, we received notepads from Dr. Seibert from Midland High School, and we also received charcuterie boards from Jones Elementary School. So we want to say thank you to you as well for the gifts, and we appreciate you recognizing us. The next item on the agenda is public forum, and we have 5 speakers that have chosen to speak here early, and then 5 speakers that have chosen to speak at the time their item appears on the agenda. So we will start with Joshua Wimberley. Mr. Wimberley, if you'll come forward. I just want to remind the group, we do have 10 speakers, and we do have a pretty full meeting tonight, so we want to make sure we all stick to the 3 minutes, and we want to make sure that we are definitely aware that this is a public meeting, and we want to hold proper quorum for this meeting. So please be courteous, and thank you for being here, Mr. Wimberley.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Murray, Dr. Ramsey, everybody. It's good to see you guys again. It's been a while. We've been busy over at LHS. I wanted to give you an update of what was going on in the speech and debate world for our high schools that were competing. So far this year, Legacy High School and the Rebel Debate Team have competed at 23 different tournaments. And at all 23, we have managed to come in a top 3 position as a team, as well as securing finalist spots in every event that we've entered. Most recently, I had the pleasure of attending the UIL State Congressional Debate Tournament, not just with 2 of my own students and our partner from OHS for the Region 18, but also for the first time in their existence, 2 freshman students from our school over at YWLA. So a very special congratulations to Coach Newman over there and Principal Dowdy. The work that they are doing to build that program has been tremendous. Again, I want to extend my thanks to the board and our campus administrators. Without your support and without our campus support, we can't do what we need to do. And we dearly appreciate the effort that y'all have put on into us, both financially and from a staffing perspective. All I can do is ask for more, and that's all I'll ever do. We need more. We need more debate programs in our schools. We need more debate programs in our junior highs, and we need destination imagination programs to build those schools at the elementary level. I am at your disposal, as are all of my colleagues, to build those programs however and whenever we can. And I want to make a special plea to any teacher, any principal at our supporting schools, our feeder schools, that want to get involved in our program. Please reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to help build that with you. That being said, we will continue to do our work. At this time, we have 37 members of our team that have qualified to attend the national qualification tournament for the Tall Cotton District for National Speech and Debate. We have 2 more scheduled invitational tournaments, so that we are hoping to get about 3 to 4 more of ours qualified, so that we can travel up to Lubbock and then send our students on to the national tournament in June for a week in Louisville. So I look forward to bringing you news of how that's gone, and again, thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Wimberley. The next speaker we have has chosen to speak on the topic of Washington STEM is Juan Adam. Welcome.
Good evening, board, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ramsey. My name is Juan Adame. I am a teacher at Washington STEM, and I've been carrying this with me for the last month, so I thought I'd take my 3 minutes. Probably be less than that, but here it goes. Over the last month, I heard 2 awesome presentations that had to do with numbers, statistics, with probabilities, and just numbers, That's all that was spoken, and I just need y'all to realize that our students at Washington, as good as, same as the students at the Young Women's Academy, they're not numbers, all right? They're human beings. So just keep that in mind as you vote tonight. I'm sure, your mind is it's made up already. I really don't think that anything I say is going to change your mind, but I'm going to say it anyway. So just keep that in mind. They're not numbers. Through those 2 presentations, a lot of the board members, were well prepared, well versed. They were ready to answer any question that anybody had, and just, I just saw a lot of knowledgeable people, just everybody, just real smart. Our administration has made. I have never seen that in my 15 years at this district. Just the PhDs and the doctors, and that's awesome. That's great. I love it. We probably are one of the best admin in the whole state. I believe it. Board as well. But we need wisdom to make a decision like this. Just know that it doesn't. Don't let your title, or whatever it is, dictate, or numbers dictate your decision tonight. And to Dr. Ramsey, I know you're new here. We love having you. It's been great. I've heard nothing but positive stuff. I will say this. This is a legacy decision that's about to be made tonight. So long after the board is no longer here, people will talk about it, whether it's good or bad. And I'm prepared for either way. Believe that. I just needed to say this for the sake of our students, And I feel the same way for the Young Women's Academy as well. I had 3 of my former students that came and visited me last Thursday. All 3 from the Young Women's Academy, and it was a blessing. They deserve the best as well. There's no win-win, I believe, in this case. So with that said, I do just want to mention this. This was never a level playing field. If you go with Proposition 1, the only thing that the Young Women's Academy would have lost is an opportunity. But if you go with decision number 2, the Washington kids and parents and teachers are going to lose is everything. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adami, and thank you for what you do for our students every day. We really do appreciate you. The next speaker we have is on Washington. It's Matt Galindo. Welcome, Mr. Galindo.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Board members, Dr. Ramsey. This is about the third time. This is the third time that I address y'all. The first couple of times, first I want to say how extremely proud I am of the community that's back in Washington right now. I am in support of Washington and leaving Washington alone. The support that was shown is absolutely incredible, and it goes to show what the community feels about that school and exactly what the community wants. I appreciate what Mr. Adame had said. The decision tonight is affecting people, little human beings. And I want y'all to think about that before you make that vote. I want you to think about the decision and what it says to the students of Washington. Not only what it says to the students of Washington, but what does it say to the students, or to the teachers and the parents as well. What we're asking you all to do is to leave that school alone. What we're asking for is to be better prepared next time, to actually have a plan set in place. It's been since 2019 that YWLA's been around. I feel as if that was enough time to come up with a plan. I don't feel that asking a group of students to leave their campus to better serve other students is the right decision. What is that message? What message are you sending when you say that? What message are you sending when you look at these young men and women? Because I say that when we look at those young men and women and we tell them that they can no longer attend that campus, when Mr. Adame has to have those conversations, and other teachers, telling them, because I doubt that any of you all are going to go to that school and let them know that y'all made that decision. The community has spoken in these meetings. They've been passionate, and they've told you exactly how they feel. And my hope is that this board would do what they should do and represent the visions and the values of the community. Do we support YWLA? Yes. You heard that in the other 2 meetings, and I'm sure you'll hear that tonight. I do. I believe those young ladies deserve a campus. Do I think that the students at Washington should suffer? The other thing I'd like for you to consider is how many of the students at Washington had to leave Sam Houston when that was shut down to attend this school? I've had those conversations, and I hope y'all have too. How many of those special needs students that we understand need consistency had to leave Sam Houston to attend Washington, and now will have to leave Washington? Are we thinking about the impact that we're having on human beings, on lives? And I hope that y'all have thought that through. I really hope that this doesn't pass. I want us to be able to move forward in a way that's going to support both schools. These young ladies deserve a campus, they do. But moving these kids out to better serve someone else is not the right way to do it. And historically, Midland and Midland ISD has done that to certain students. And it'd be nice for it to finally stop and end with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galindo. The next speaker we have is Miesta Wright, and she will speak on Washington as well. Okay, we'll put that one aside and we'll come back. The next speaker we have is Courtney Ratliff. His topic is YWLA relocation as well. Welcome, Mr. Ratliff.
Dr. Ramsey, Mr. Pounds, President Murray, and members of the school board. Every year, I tell the bands I work with the following: image is everything because perception is reality. What do I mean by that? Regardless of your intentions, people make what they see the truth of the situation. Now to apply that to this board and the decision you face with the Young Women's Leadership Academy. I've heard members of the board say that this is a simple matter of facilities and doing what is most feasible for the district. While that may be the truth, it is not the perception of the public. For the first time in several years, the multiple advocacy groups for Midland's education are in agreement. We collectively see the closing of Washington STEM Academy in order to give the campus to YWLA, as this board choosing one group of students over another. We see the board choosing your education partners over the everyday students you were elected to serve. In short, closing Washington gives the image of a district that cares more for one group than the other, and that is not the reality anyone wants for MISD. It also cannot be ignored that you would be closing one of Midland's historically black campuses on the day after we celebrate the enduring legacy of Dr. King. No longer would little black boys be able to sit on the campus named for one of our black American heroes and aspire to their own greatness. Instead, they will be assigned to an already crowded school, believing that they are not as worthy as the others. Basing your decision on campus academic performance from 2019, as has been so often mentioned, creates a perception of mistrust in the ability of Dr. Ramsey and her team. Why is she here if you are unwilling to give her the proper opportunity to make changes? Again, what is the perception that's given? Your decision tonight will certainly define an image for MISD. Again, image is everything because perception is reality. Thank you.
Who would like to speak? Okay, so that is all for right now, and we will move on to agenda item 4, consent agenda. Item A, board meeting minutes. Item B, monthly financials. Item C, quarterly investment report. Item D, budget amendment. Item E, contracts over $100,000. Item F, personnel appointments. Item G, donations to district. Item H, Bush Tennis Center usage agreement. Item I, TASB local policy update 118, CFD local, CPC local, CQB local, DFE local, DP local, EHBC local, FDE local, FEA local, FFG local. I think that covered about the whole alphabet. Item J, resolution of the board delegating authority to accept a contract employee's resignation. And that is all. Board, do we have any items that need to be pulled from consent?
Mr. President, I'd like to pull consent agenda item 4E, contracts over 100,000, please.
All right, thank you. Is that the only item, board? Okay, hearing no other exceptions, item A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, and J are deemed approved by consent. Mr. Dodds, welcome to the podium, and could you discuss a little bit about contracts over 100,000? Mr. Bishop, would you like to pose a question?
Yes.
Yes, sir, just clarification. I've had some questions asked about the 7,500 Chromebooks and then the $2.5 million that are spent. So to be clear, clarity for our taxpayers that is federal monies and not coming out of our general fund.
Yes, sir, it is. And the 7,500 Chromebooks is to replace Chromebooks we have that are 5 years old. And so it's part of the rotation. And so this is coming out of ESSER 2 funds. And so this is not out of general fund.
Thank you, sir. I
Is there
appreciate it.
any other?
I move
Okay.
for approval, sir.
Second. Have a motion by Mr. Bishop, a second by Mr. Trischetti. Any other discussion? All in favor, please show by raising your right hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is agenda item 5, district presentations. The first item is A, Midland Education Foundation 2021 report. Ms. Gamersfelter, welcome to the podium.
Thank you so much, Board President Murray, Dr. Ramsey, trustees, and Mr. Pounds. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. The Education Foundation would like to give you a historical and a brief update from 2021 of the good work that we've done. I've invited our Board President, Sean Murray, to come and give you that report. But first, I would like to introduce to you the 2022 members or community volunteers who will serve as directors of the Education Foundation. Sean Rainey, Board President; Kristen Ditto, Vice President; Whitney Groves, Secretary; Roy Gear, Treasurer. Dr. Ramsey serves on our board also, as well as 2 trustees representatives, Ms. Katie Joyner and John Trischetti. So thank y'all so much for your service. Our other community members are Arturo Carrasco, Krista Comia, Christine Foreman, Brad Heidelberg, Steve Johnson, Andrew Mellon, Rosanna Richardson, Todd Rogers, Emily Smith, Blake Stedman, Brian Stubbs, and Clint Williamson. We're very grateful to these community members who give their time to help us with our decisions and our programs that we do at the Education Foundation, as well as fundraise all the dollars that come in. So if you'll help me welcome Board President Sean Rainey.
Thank you for a few moments of your time tonight to discuss the work that our board does and the place that we hold in helping MISD as we fundraise and serve as a conduit for donations from certain private organizations as required under tax code. We're a Texas not-for-profit corporation and a 501c3 public charity, which allows us to accept certain donations from private foundations which could not go directly to the district. Over the course of, in 2007, the corporation was officially created and became a public charity, and since that time, we've served to provide, and as a conduit and through our own fundraising efforts, $31 million donated to the district. Specifically, we run 3 programs of our own. The first is Grants for Great Ideas, in which we accept grant applications and give funds directly to teachers and innovators within the district trying to use new programs in order to enhance student education. Historically, the foundation's given out over $1.1 million for this program, and in 2021, over $70,000 was given from the foundation directly to educators to put programs into their classrooms, and that benefited 13,500 MISD students, including books in classrooms and a book vending machine, Flower of the Month Club with LHS's flower design class, and 6th graders actually went to a Chick-fil-A and did hands-on math by working at that Chick-fil-A. The second program that we run is Grants for Great Minds. Historically, we've given over $250,000 to teachers and administrators within the district to get continuing education or furthering education in order to better serve our students. And in 2021, over $14,000 was donated to 45 MISD teachers and administrators for higher education. The last program is Shining Stars. in which students from Midland High School, Legacy High School, and the top 10 from those two schools, as well as the valedictorian at Coleman and Early College High Schools, are given scholarships in order to get their education. Historically, over $500,000 has been given under this program, and last year, $57,500 was given out in scholarships to students who were going on to Harvard, Texas A&M, the University of Texas, Rhodes College, in addition to many others. Additionally, we are a conduit and order and a public charity to accept money from private foundations as discussed, and these designated grants in 2021 totaled over $1.6 million directly to campuses, departments, and employees, including the fine arts grants and robotic grants to several programs within the district. The work of the board, like every other board, has been significantly more difficult over the past couple of years, and our normal fundraiser, major fundraiser, the concert, was unable to move forward in 2020 and 2021. We have worked diligently, and I greatly thank every member of the board, including those here tonight and those who couldn't make it, in pivoting our plans and pivoting how we operate in order to continue to generate funds at the level and not have to back down on any of these programs. The 2021 numbers and the 2020 numbers match historic numbers from 2018, 2019, and previous years in donations back to the district in spite of the fundraising challenges that existed. I would also like to highlight that one of our changes in 2022 is we're putting on a book festival, the Basin Book Festival, in order to start to replace that fundraising effort that was the concert. Lastly, I would like to thank the district and the Board of Trustees directly for our shared employees and thank them for their work, Anita Gammersfelder and Keitha Butler, as they are employees of the district and we share them with you under an MOU. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I look forward to working with each of you, and the entire board looks forward to working with each of you and the district as a whole to continue to further education efforts in Midland. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rainey. Mr. Marquez would like to say something.
I just wanted to say that it's just an incredible effort of what you guys have been able to do to maintain the fundraising during the difficult years. So, some of that work is just not recognized, and I wish there was some way to really make a bang out of it, because it's incredible work of what y'all have done and continue to do. And I can speak for myself, and maybe I feel the board we share the same sentiment, but it's great to have a great partner in education. It's always great to have a support towards furthering the goal of educating students. So your work is highly important, and I can say it's highly appreciated. Thank you so much for your efforts.
Yes, Mr. Rainey and Foundation, you board members that were here, we do truly appreciate all that you do for MISD, and we know how much behind the scenes goes in and how you really do work to get in the classrooms and make a difference, so we appreciate all of your work. The next item on the agenda is item B, 2022-2023 school calendar presentation, and we have presenter as our DEIC members, so welcome. I'm Melissa.
Hi. Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, President Murray, trustees. The District Educational Improvement Committee, or DEIC, is a decision-making and advisory group for the superintendent and school board in matters of district planning, operations, policies, and procedures. The DEIC is composed of a representative from every campus, certain departments like SPED and bilingual, as well as parents and community members. Tonight we have 3 representatives here to share with you their drafts of the 22-23 academic calendar. We have Susan Couch from Bonham Elementary, Amanda Anderson from Early College High School, and Lauren Langston from Legacy High School.
Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. We're hoping our slides are coming
Okay, here it comes. Okay, we represent the DEIC committee, and this was a bit of an arduous task. I don't know if you know this, but teachers are opinionated. So it took us a little bit to get this going. The DEIC is a decision-making advisory council for the superintendent and school board in matters of district planning, operations, policies, and procedures. It is composed of representatives from every campus, as well as parents and community members. We held multiple meetings discussing the calendar. We brought feedback from campuses, from stakeholders. We developed a brief survey. We shared it with CEIC to capture initial feedback regarding what's worked and what hasn't worked and what everybody would like. DEIC members worked in groups. We had 7 different working groups developing 7 different calendars. We reviewed the 7 together and we narrowed it down to 2. We actually narrowed it down to 3, but 2 of them were so similar that we merged them to create a new one. They were vetted by all MISD departments that they needed to go through to make sure that we were in compliance with the TEA and other legal requirements, and trying to meet some of the House bill funding that was put before us. Draft calendars were posted on MISD's website in December asking for feedback. We sent it out to the public as campuses. It came from the district. I believe it was on a lot of the school websites.
It was also mentioned many times by Dr. Ramsey in her weekly updates. Thank you for doing that, Dr. Ramsey.
We want to talk about a couple of things to make clear to all stakeholders so they understand a little bit of the process. HB3 is additional funding and it's additional school days. It addresses summer learning loss. There is research that has proven that if we can get kids 30 extra days, that we can help curb that summer loss. It has a profound effect on our students from low-income backgrounds. It has been shown that there is a gap of up to 3 grade levels for low-income students by the 5th grade. According to the TEA, research has shown the impact of summer learning loss can be eliminated if academic instruction is offered for 3 to 4 hours a day for 5 to 6 weeks. Here were the considerations we went forward with. Teachers are under contract for 187 days. We had to build a calendar. Apparently that wasn't right. Okay. We have to have 187 days for the teachers. Each instructional day has to have 435 minutes. We tried to balance the number of days between fall and spring the best we could. They must include 2 bad weather days. We had to figure out how to incorporate professional development days. There must be 5 professional development days built in.
Plus 2 work days.
Plus 2 work days. Then we also had to try to meet House Bill 3. House Bill 3 says that we have to have 180 days. If we want the funding from House Bill 3, we have to have kids in school 180 days, and we have to have a minimum of 75,600 instructional minutes. If we want to meet House Bill 3, we must include an additional 30 days. This year, it was done through intercession. Intercession can be done a lot of different ways, and we got a lot of negative feedback on intercession. Families weren't happy. We looked at other options for how to continue to support those students who needed it, while also supporting our teachers and family who didn't want to go to school all the way into June, or for teachers who didn't want to start in July. There was a lot of feedback that people didn't want that. Intercession must include 22 to 23 to meet this requirement. Summer school is part of the option. Districts can be flexible. The above were only 2 options. So the calendars we built, we did have some calendars that didn't have intercession at all, that didn't meet House Bill 3. The ones we chose all met House Bill 3, so we can get that funding while at the same time supporting our students. Districts can design calendars in a way that makes the most sense for the needs of their students in their district. While the TEA does provide some options such as summer programming, intersessional calendar, and calendar redesigns, these are not meant to represent the only way that a district might implement it. So we got creative and tried something different. Okay, draft calendar number 1. I'm going to go through each draft calendar, then we did a comparison because it's a lot to take in a short amount of time. So draft calendar 1, unfortunately our new teacher orientation, they're going to have to come in July. Everybody else is off the hook. Returning teachers will report August 3rd. We will have teacher work days August 3rd through the 5th, the 8th and 9th, and January 3rd. The first day of school for students will be August 10th. We will have parent-teacher conference in September on the 30th after there's been enough, almost 6 weeks, so that teachers can get a feel for the students, but early enough that we can get some intervention going.
That was highly asked for by secondary teachers to bring that up. They said if we wait 6 weeks, some of the students are so far behind that first semester is pretty much done. They cannot get their grades up in the last 6 weeks to sometimes pass that semester. And so we did look at that.
And it highly impacts their GPA, which matters for other options outside of schooling. Thanksgiving break is a full week. We heard loud and clear, everybody wants a full week for Thanksgiving. They want 2 weeks for Christmas and they want a week for spring break. Both calendars address this. Second semester. Okay, Christmas break is December 19th through January 3rd. Second semester, the teachers will report on January 3rd, and the students will report on January 4th. Spring break is March 13th through the 17th. We have 2 bad weather days built in, both, I think, around holidays. We built them around holidays because we know that's when we tend to have absences anyway. Our last day of school would be May 26th, meaning we will not go to school in June. The last day for teachers is also May 26th. We did build in some early release days, again, built around holidays. Intercession, let's talk intercession for a minute. For this particular one, what we decided to do was we would use summer and Saturdays. We already use Saturdays at the secondary level for many things. We built 3 Saturdays in the fall. Number 1, for secondary level, if you don't pass the STAR, you don't graduate. So we put 1 before STAR testing in December. It seemed the best option to get students to get a little extra instruction before then. We did 2 others in the fall after the first 6 weeks. Those would be September 24th and October 22nd. We heavily relied on Saturdays in the spring. We already do Saturdays in the spring for STAR, but we built them around STAR tests because to us that made the most sense. Get the kids the extra support that they need before going into STAR. Reviewing, we already do it. It fits within a lot of what we already do. Okay, let's look at the next calendar. Calendar number 2, new teacher orientation is August 1st through the 3rd. Teachers returning teachers report August 4th. Professional development days, August 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th, January 2nd, and June 2nd. First day of school would be August 10th. Parent-teacher conference, September 30th, as we talked about before. Thanksgiving, November 21st through the 25th. Christmas, December 19th through the 2nd. Second semester, teachers report on the 2nd, students come on the 3rd. There is 1 spring intercession week built in here, March 6th through the 10th, the week before spring break. So those not attending spring break would have a 2-week spring break. We have bad weather days built on February 20th and April 7th. I think it's the same. They were built around holidays already. Last day of school will be June 1st. Last day for teachers is June 2nd. There are a couple of early release days, November 18th, December 16th, June 1st. This calendar would also use June. Both calendars use June for the extra 20 intercession days required.
And this one would have 25 days because there was only 5 days of intercession.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So this calendar, so we should have another screen that compares both calendars side by side to give you a breakdown. Okay, calendar 1 and calendar 2. New teacher orientation is the last couple days in July. On calendar 2, new teacher orientation starts in August. Returning teachers come on the 3rd in calendar 1 and on the 4th in calendar 2. Both calendars start on August 10th. Parent-teacher conference is September 30th for both calendars. Thanksgiving is the same. Christmas has 2 weeks for both. Intercession on calendar 1 comes on Saturdays before STAR, and intercession for calendar 2 comes the week before spring break. Calendar 1 ends in May, calendar 2 ends in June. Both calendars are relying on June to pick up those extra days. All right. And I think that covers it. Do we have one more slide? Is that the last slide? Yes. Okay. Oh, yes, we do. We do have one more slide. I remember. I haven't looked at this today. The following chart reflects the survey that we have done and the information that we have collected from the community, teachers, and staff.
As of the 14th.
This is a reflection of the 14th because we needed to submit it. More than 40% agree with calendar number 1. It looks like about 30% for calendar 2. The disagree was, do you strongly disagree? There was a more strongly disagreement for calendar 2. Neutral was kind of low. So that is the last information we had as of the 14th. And it says there were 1,502 responses at that point.
President Murray,
Thank you.
if I may.
Okay.
So we do have a teacher who is at home, online, who is also a part of the DEIC, but I just want to say what a huge difference in process that I'm not sure the community truly understands. That when I first met with the DEIC, I only attended their first meeting, but I said to them, congratulations, you are in charge of drafting our calendars. Condolences, you are in charge of drafting our calendars, because it's really important to us that we get information from those closest to the issue that we're addressing. And so while it is the first year, these are drafts. They are not perfect. The process wasn't perfect because we're just getting started in having distributive leadership, empowering our staff to make these decisions. And I continued throughout the process to say to whoever would listen to me, have grace with those on the DEIC, because there are a lot of things, constraints that they're working through, and they're doing the best they can with the information that they have. And so I just want to commend the DEIC. We appreciate all of your efforts. We also know, as a group, they're not perfect, and a part of the process is tonight, where the board has the opportunity to provide additional input, ask questions. The DEIC will meet again, and then the board will see in February final drafts. With any calendar, no one will be happy. And I didn't say not everyone, I literally said no one. Because when you're creating a calendar, as you are, with 180 instructional days, 187 for teachers, with all of the different constraints, and in the best interest of all, it falls short for many. And so I appreciate that they took on that task, that they understand process, that the community allowed us to do something in a very different way. I want to say thank you to the board for trusting us in allowing us to turn over such a big responsibility to them. And they stand ready to get additional feedback from the board and understand that there are next steps in the process. So thank you, ladies.
And hopefully be able to answer any questions you have.
Okay, so, excuse me. So before we take questions from the board, I want to call Mr. Anojos up here because he wanted to speak on this agenda item, and I want to give him the opportunity first, and then we will start with board questions.
And who is online?
Sarah Salim. She's on DEIC.
Sarah Salim is a teacher from Midland Senior, and she is online. Hi.
Midland.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure if I'm connected, but I represent DIC from Midland High. I was supposed to be there, but unfortunately was diagnosed with COVID, so I did want to attend, so I was just attending online. So I can also field some of the questions later on when the board has those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hinojos, you have elected to talk on two items, 5B and 7C, so we'll split your time, and so just however you see fit. So-
Okay. Yeah, well, first, I just want to say a lot of credit should be given to Melissa Ware, Diane Martinez, and Dr. Cuellar for facilitating the DIC meetings. They've been very helpful in guiding us through this process, and it's new. And from my understanding, it's the first time that typically, from my understanding, the calendars are given to DIC to choose from rather than being created in the committee, which is, I think that's a testament to this district being more transparent and giving more community input for the calendar. The only thing that I wanted to say was I'd like to see if the board would recommend sending the calendar back, only because out of 4 out of the 7 calendars, we had 2, a spring and a fall intercession, and some of the members couldn't be in the committee or and to finish that meeting because we had scheduling conflicts. But as a concept, we had 4 calendars out of the 7. I felt that should have been compressed and combined into one calendar. So that's all I wanted to say on that. But I do want to say everybody in the DEIC committee, I mean, it's a lot of work. It's hard. And there were some more tools that we needed early on. This is a learning process, but everybody in that committee works really hard. We work together. It's really a collaborative effort, and the leadership team deserves a lot of credit for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hinojos. Okay. And while you're walking back, I do want to say I appreciate the process this time because it was much different. And I appreciate the fact that Dr. Ramsey pointed that out, that this was an administration-led calendar. In fact, I would go as far as to say is we didn't push, there was a lot of discussion in here about House Bill 3 and about funding and about the reason behind the funding is because we need better academic outcomes in MISD. And so the administration did not push how that happened, but they let that happen in the DEIC. So I appreciate the work y'all did and the struggles you went through. I'm going to start at this end of the dais. Mr. Bishop, if you have any questions first.
Yes, sir, I guess. Yes, sir. I guess the only question, maybe I missed the vote, and maybe y'all brought that up, but how or why wasn't the traditional calendar offered as it has been, I guess, in the interim or in the past versus the 2 calendars that was brought before us tonight?
Okay, so calendar 1, we had a group present a traditional calendar not meeting House Bill 3 at all. And then we had another calendar that was identical to the traditional, but it met the funding days. And as teachers, we made a decision to merge and offer to try to get House Bill 3 funding for our students who need it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and as I understand it, there are 3 teachers standing before me and 1 online, and I'd like to thank you for your service as teachers to this district. I do have concerns about these 2 calendars. I do have questions. They're directed more at, I guess, secondary students and teachers who will be affected by it. I understand that you're with early college high school, is that right, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
And is it true that no knock on you, but neither you nor your students will be impacted by any calendar?
My children will.
What?
My children will.
Your children, because early college adopts the Midland College calendar not the MISD calendar.
Yes, and it affects me greatly.
All right.
I have emailed Mr. Bishop, I cannot tell you how many times, about intercession.
I understand. You're opposed to it. And Ms. Couch, you're an elementary school teacher. Ms.
Proud
Langston
of the
is a
district
high
for 28
school
years.
legacy, and Ms. Salim is high school.
Yes.
At Midland High, right?
Yes.
All right,
Yes, sir.
because my concerns are secondary in nature, let me address my questions to Ms. Langston and Ms. Salim. With respect to calendar one, if we could bring that one up, please. Okay, great. Now, as I understand it, the intercession days are listed in the right-hand corner of this slide, and
Yes.
they're all Saturdays. Is that correct? And so my concern, won't the proposed intercession Saturday in this calendar conflict with extracurricular activities among secondary students, if that's the days that we schedule for them to attend?
Can I ask a question? Intercession already interferes
Yes, it
with secondary extracurricular activities, and as a teacher and a parent,
Yes.
I can explain greatly about how I have to go to work and find a way to get my kids to practice and their activities while I'm at work, and how to get them home.
But it's during the week, what extracurricular activities are
They
you
still
aware
have-
of that are interfered with on the current intercession weeks?
Football,
Monday,
basketball,
during the
swimming,
school
track,
day,
cross
on Monday?
country.
Drama.
When does intercession day begin?
5 a.m. is when it began for me.
As
I
far
can
as-
And
tell
it went like I had multiple kids in multiple sports. So
Intercession
I
is
understand
8 to
that you're
4.
personally opposed to it. You have very strong opinions. Let me give
Intercession is
Ms.
8 to 4.
Langston an opportunity
Yes.
to reply.
8 to 4.
yes.
The question, Ms. Langston, isn't there a good reason to believe that secondary students may be more likely to choose to participate with their teammates or team members in their extracurricular activity that occurs on a Saturday and decide not to attend there, as opposed to if it's intercession week days, the extracurricular activities are generally scheduled after school or perhaps before school?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. But at the same time, there's the no pass, no play. So if they're not passing their classes, then they might benefit from being in intercession because they're student athletes. Does that make sense? But yes, I see where, I'm so nervous, I'm so sorry.
Salim, what about you?
So I agree with you. I do think it interferes with secondary quite a bit. So these two calendars I did not vote for, but that's the beauty of democracy, right? But I think the other nice thing about democracy is we get to have these conversations and take feedback and go back to the drawing board. And honestly, that's my hope, is that's what the board decides. Because I understand that students have the no pass, no play, but those teachers could also be coaches who are having to work intercession. I think it does become really, really difficult for our students to participate in those activities when we have kind of Saturdays set up that way. I think when the intercession we had this year, it was 2 Saturdays that got impacted, correct? But this way we're impacting 4 to 5 Saturdays. And I think just in lots of other technical ways, it becomes very difficult, like transportation. Can we have security at the larger campuses like Midland and Legacy, where we do have we have gang fights and things like that. So those things are necessities for us. Are there custodians that we can hire to work on Saturdays? So like I said, although I didn't vote for these, democracy did win, but that's kind of what I enjoy about this process. I'm hopeful that we keep this collaborative leadership, but it is year one, and that we kind of keep working to perfect the process and provide calendars that 100% benefit all students across the district.
Mr. Davis, can I make as Dr. Ramsey's already stated, every calendar we come up with doesn't fit everything for everyone. we have a small percentage of student athletes that might be affected here. Most of our student athletes.
Well, I'm not just asking about the athletes. What about debate, choir, band?
Correct.
All of that. Are you including those as well?
We have a small percentage of student athletes, academics. If they're in those programs.
Fine arts.
Fine arts.
Okay.
If they're in those programs, they have the expectation to meet and pass their classes to be able to participate. And we want to be able to reach every one of those students that we can possibly reach. But it may be that on some Saturdays we miss a student because they will participate in an activity. But it won't be missing every student every Saturday.
Aren't there students that we asked and suggest that they attend intervention that aren't failing their classes? Are only failing students asked to attend intercession? Aren't there non-failing students that attend intercession?
Yes, and we do ask them, and they have that choice of making the choice of coming or not. Yes.
My son's a freshman at Midland Legacy. Several of his football teammates missed that Thursday of intercession afternoon because they had a football game that Thursday out of town. So it doesn't matter when you do it, students are still going to miss.
It just seems more likely on Saturday. Let me ask you about that Saturday. The proposed Saturdays in calendar 1 would require, would it not, our non-exempt employees, our hourly employees on food service, transportation, or other hourly employees to incur overtime charges for the district, because in each of these Saturdays, it would be the 6th day of the school week for those employees. Is that correct?
We intended them to be a half day, not a full day, so that would help with that, I believe. But this has all been vetted. It went through every single department at central office. Every single department at central office returned the calendar, said it was good to go to release to the public to view.
Well, I'm not saying it's not good to go. I'm not saying it's not a viable option, but the reality is it would cost more to have these intercession days on Saturdays than they would during the week, because it would be, this calendar proposes the 6th day of the week be the intercession days, correct? That's the reality of it.
It would be the 6th day.
Okay.
But it brings in extra funding anyway, and if you look at the intercession calendar that has more days all the way around the school year, aren't you looking at some of the same issues?
I don't think so.
And this calendar has has 20 days for summer school. Calendar 2 has 25 days for summer school.
Yeah, that's summer school. I understand.
Right.
I view that as different.
It's still intercession.
And again, speaking of Saturdays, these intercession days come at the end of a 5-day school week. You're asking them to attend a 6th day. So our most academically challenged students, or those in need of intervention, I'll say, we're asking them to extend their long school week already another additional day. Is that correct?
Yes, and during STAR, we already do it.
Yes.
And are we pleased with our STAR performance in this district, utilizing that method?
I was at an IR school. We used this method, and that's how we got out of IR.
And
So district-wide, it's been working? I don't think so.
Mr. Davis, if I
From my own personal
could, just one point, that intervention regardless of the calendar, so that is something for our teachers to take into account, that we'll still have HB 4545. We'll still be working towards moving our DNF schools, all of our schools up. We are a school district that struggles academically. Between 50 and 70% of our students are not where they're supposed to be. And so our teachers also, and I hope that this was clear to them during the DEIC process, that if there are not those additional days, that intervention still needs to happen. So it may look like tutoring in the morning, tutoring at lunch, tutoring after school. It may be extended days during the school day, in addition to all of these pieces. And so my hope is that as the DEIC had those conversations, all of that was taken into consideration, and that we put students first. not necessarily how it affects the adults, whether it's the adult employees or adult parents, but what we need to do to have real commitments to changing the academic trajectory in the school district. And so I hope that those conversations were had, and that there is a full understanding that regardless of draft 1, 2, or something that comes out of tonight for next month, that the expectation that children receive additional intentional intervention happens, and it has to happen in a way that doesn't also burn out our staff. And so that's why they've been tasked, and I haven't heard that from them yet. And I'm curious, are those conversations that you had?
Sorry, can I speak? I didn't want to speak over anybody because I'm not
Go
there
ahead.
physically. Mr. Davis, I agree with lots of points you bring up, but it's also as a member of DEIC, just to Dr. Ramsey's point, it was extremely difficult. And I think as meetings happened, I realized that there was missing pieces. So the comment that Dr. Ramsey just made, those weren't conversations that we had at DEIC because I guess in some ways we didn't know what we didn't know until meetings had already happened. Like even the details of the House bill, like how much funding do we get from it? Where's that money going? So although this process is great, it is like year one that we are trying this. I think we're all learning, like maybe we didn't have all the tools we need to think out all of the things. Because I personally speaking, like as an educator, I don't know those like numbers and those technicalities that perhaps I needed to know to create a calendar until it was a little bit too late when I started asking some of those questions. So I think some of the struggle we had just generally as DEIC was that like those conversations didn't happen, not because we were neglectful, but because we didn't know that either it's intercession built this way or it's, as Dr. Ramsey said, intervention has to happen because, as you mentioned, we don't perform well as a district on STAR, and our students deserve better than that. So how do we make that happen for them without burning out students and teachers? Because I agree with you that asking students to go 6 days in a row is not in the best interest, especially if they are our low socioeconomic, low performing students. But I guess I'm just asking for a little bit of understanding of the DEIC struggle going through this for the first time as well.
I think those conversations did happen at some tables, Ms. Ramsey. Obviously, it may not have at every table, but I know at our table, we really did sit down and we talked about what is best for students. How do we get them there? We talked about the positives of a week-long intercession. We talked about the negatives of the week-long intercession. We looked at it and our table was elementary, junior high, and high school. We were the only table, I think, that had a variety of all. So we got to see it from all grade levels, all schools. We heard about some of the frustrations from the high school and intercession, the elementary frustration, and middle school frustration, and the positives that worked and what worked. And the one thing that we came up with that was with draft calendar 1 was half-day Saturdays because of the fact that all day is another day. Even during the week, the kids were like, all my friends are gone, and it's not about their friends, it's about them and their learning. And we tried to get that across to kids in intercession. But theory versus reality. Even as adults, sometimes we have to sacrifice for what is best for us. We teach our kids to be proactive. At Bonham, we are a Leader in Me campus, and everything is about being proactive and putting first things first. We put the students first. The kids need to put themselves first, and part of putting themselves first is putting their education first, whether intercession is a week or intercession is a Saturday. The thing we're having issues with is trying to convince parents that intercession is important.
If I could turn to calendar 2, please. In addition to having end-of-course exams in the spring and summer, isn't it also true that we have end-of-course exams in December, after the fall, at the end of the fall semester, correct?
Are you talking about STAR EOCs?
Yes,
Yes,
end-of-course
yes, we
exams.
do in December. We do
Okay.
in December.
And that
And
is
our-
one reason the 1 December date was specifically put in.
For Saturday. This is calendar 2, so there's nothing on calendar 2.
That's my question. I'm on calendar 2 now. In calendar 2, our current school calendar for this school year has a intersession week in the fall, which can be used to assist those students who are preparing for their end-of-course exams in December, correct?
Yes. And Mr. Davis, a lot of this was built on the brief survey we got feedback on, and how upset and how many people took the time to fill in a blank that had nothing to do with intercession to say how much intercession upset them. So this was, that's what calendar 2 was a reflection in, was a community survey and feedback from them and what they wanted.
And so calendar 2, you believe the community doesn't want to have any intercession weeks or any intercession days to assist those students taking end-of-course exams in December? Because this calendar doesn't have any of those in it, correct?
It doesn't have it in the fall, no.
Okay.
And I cannot speak for the decision that was for
Right.
that calendar.
Because that's the problem.
Yeah.
They may not have appreciated the consequence of their personal displeasure with an intervention week and its impact on the students who need it most. And I agree that we need to put the students' academic needs first. Now, I'm glad in this calendar, I'm glad to see that there is an intercession week scheduled for the spring, but it is scheduled for March 6th through the 10th, which is 1 month later than our current school's intercession calendar is currently calendared for. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it being in call it the second week in March, as opposed to the February 7th through 11th, second week in February, my understanding that TELPAS, for our English language learners, our TELPAS testing begins the last week of February and continues throughout the entire month of March. So my question for y'all is, was it discussed in the DEIC committee meetings what negative impact this calendar could have on the TELPAS testing that occurs during the very week that you're having this intercession week?
Okay.
Was that specifically discussed, and if so, what was discussed?
That one was not, but I can tell you this. TELPAS window this year opens February 7th. We will be in intercession.
Okay, so next year, do you believe it to be February 7th or in March?
No, I'm saying this year, it's going to interfere with intercession too. Because
Will
writing,
it interfere next year? I mean,
we don't know the TELPAS dates yet,
Do we-
to my knowledge.
No, they have not released the date.
Normally, that it will fall in that window, though. Yes.
Of March?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, for this year, but we didn't know about it when we adopted the calendar for this year, but we do reasonably expect, right, Mr. Van Hooser, that it will be in March of next year.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the TELPAS calendar usually
TELPAS.
is mid-February through the end of March.
Okay. And so the potential negative impact that will have on conducting the reading, writing, listening evaluations for TELPAS was not considered in proposing this calendar, correct?
We did not discuss TELPAS.
Mr. Davis, we'll get information on this year's TELPAS window because I'm looking at the state website and it says that TELPAS for 2022 is February 21 through April 1st. So we'll check that and provide that to the full board in the Friday communique so that we're clear on that.
For next year, we don't know what they are.
But for this year,
Oh, this
according
year,
to the
that's,
state calendar.
what I was told was incorrect. It's
Well,
not going to.
we're going to check because we'll
Okay.
check and we'll put the actual, whatever date it is.
Okay, well, I
in the
hope it
Friday
doesn't
communique.
conflict this year, but I don't want to, I wouldn't want it to conflict more likely than not for next year. and know that at the time we adopt the calendar. Well, if this is an opportunity for input, my input is that I believe that our current school calendar, with a one-week intercession week in the fall and the one-week intersection in the spring, does not, for the most part, suffer from the problems that I've asked about this evening. In fact, my preference would be I'd like to see us have the information and data considered by us from our intercession week calendar this year before we make any changes to changing it for next year. I think that would be valuable information. The whole idea was, as our Lone Star governance said, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And we thought that the intercession week had been a method tried by other school districts in Texas, more successful than us. It wasn't the be-all, end-all, but it was a tool that they used. And I liked what you said, theory versus reality. The reality is that the 2 one-week intercession programs have worked successfully. Neither of the drafts of these calendars that I'm aware of have worked successfully. These are new, they would be new theories to be applied, and we haven't got the benefit of whether we know the data's not yet in as to whether the 2 intercession week calendars that work successfully in other districts, how it's working in this district. Let me ask the Ms. Salim, am I wrong to believe that the 2 one-week session calendars given on its track record and proven track record of success, has a better chance of improving the academic performance of our students who need it most than these 2 calendars? Am I wrong to believe that?
My personal, my opinion as a singular educator for MISD is I agree with you. Mr. Enos brought up that 3 to 4 of the, I think 7 or 8 calendars we created in groups did have the traditional intercession that we're doing this year. But like I said, that's kind of the beauty of democracy, and we get to have these conversations. I think, so I agree with you that I think we need to see the data. To be fair to us at DEIC, in our second meeting, that was something we asked about. Why did the community initial survey not ask, I know we couldn't have hard data yet, but why couldn't we get the soft data of the community's opinions on intercession? And the response did make some sense, where they were trying to look at intercession as kind of a separate thing, but as we can see, they are interlocked. So I think some of this is we did try to get the information about intercession to have at least soft data to build it in, but unfortunately those calendars weren't voted. But I agree with you that we at least need soft and hard data before we start switching things this intensely.
Mr. Davis, Dr. Cuellar or Mr. Garcia can correct me if I'm wrong, or I think Mrs. Martinez is in the crowd as well. The window for the middle of the year closes this week, this Friday, and so they will be able to work on looking at the data and provide to the board next week in the Friday communique, so that you're able to see, and they can provide that to the DEIC as well.
All right, well, Dr. Ramsey, let me ask you, let me put you on the spot. I like this theory versus reality point that was made. I don't know if anyone on the DEIC had intervention school experience, but I know that you did. And I know that you did for some 10 years at El Paso. My question for you is, do you believe that continuing our 2 one-week intercession calendar for next year gives our students the best opportunity to succeed academically for those that need it most?
So 2 things. One is, as a teacher and campus administrator in Socorro ISD that has much higher numbers of free reduced lunch kids, that is an A-rated district, and the schools are A-rated, and there are 2-week intercessions built in for interventions. That's one piece. There's obviously a lot of different intervention pieces that happen in that school district. But I also will say that last spring through the summer, in speaking to all of the different groups, both at community meetings and our staff, over and over I heard, a thing that Midland ISD is really good at, but we hate, is that we adopt something and immediately get rid of it. And so I was very surprised because this is something we don't have data on yet. It was just implemented this year. And so it was surprising not to see the ability to track and be able to actually know if it was effective or not. And so I know several of the LLI teams have lived in school districts that also have had intersession calendars, higher demographics of free reduced lunch kids, more at risk of dropout, and yet A-rated school districts and schools. The intersession calendar was key to assisting students. So I would absolutely say that it's a part of how you assist those that need the most. We have students in Midland ISD that could go to school from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 261 eligible days, Monday through Friday, every single day of the year, and still have a gap. Our teachers can tell you they have students in their classes that are far below, both in reading and in math, science, history. More time, more quality time equals better results.
So would your preference be to continue the 1 week intersession calendar, 1 week in the fall and 1 week in the spring for next school year and evaluate the data?
Preference, yes, sir.
Well, that's my input. I hope the DIC will consider the problems that I think are with. I know there's no perfect calendar, but I think these are serious concerns asking students to come on Saturdays. We've asked them to come before. We utilized that before, and I don't think our district is performing as well academically as we'd like to. It may work fine on the elementary school campuses, may have improved the elementary school campus from IR to an excellent or a better campus, a good campus. But I think secondary students are different than elementary students when it comes to choosing to go on Saturday. And I think that if we're going to truly evaluate the effectiveness of these intersession week calendar that we're currently operating under, that we need another year to do so. So I hope the DEIC, I appreciate all the hard work and the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to give input from the board and your superintendent. And I hope that y'all will take that into account and come back to us after considering all those matters next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Joyner?
Thank you, Board President Murray. I'm going to kind of do same format walk through, but before I get started, I would like to turn to page, I don't have a page number, 74. And it's talking about in order to meet House Bill 3. It says districts who opt out of ADSY only have to meet the 75,600 instructional minute requirement. It was my understanding that this is a mandate legislated by the state that is across the board. Every district is adhering to HB 3, or is that only districts that opt in have to meet these certain requirements in order to receive the extra funding?
I will get data on I will ask TEA how many school districts have opted out of HB3, and I'll get that and put it in the Friday communique.
Because as far as I'm concerned, I think HB3 is where the direction we should be headed, but I, as a board member, was never given the opportunity to understand or vote on whether we were participating or not in these calendar discussions that I've had since I joined the board, which this was the main topic du jour when I became a board member, was that we had to have these 180 days, that it was mandated by the state. And now I'm seeing here that maybe that's not the case, and we have chosen that, but who, as the administration has chosen that, I'm just wondering how that decision was made in order to participate in HB3 and clarify this.
Sure. I will have to go back to board minutes from 2019,
okay,
and then we will provide that, because I don't know if any of the board members that are on the dais, more than likely, we can go back, we'll look at minutes from when HB3 was enacted, and then we'll provide that information to the board.
Okay.
Mr. Horner said that last year was our first year to opt in, correct? That was our first year to opt in, and we're in it right now, and we did bring forward, Ms. Salim said, we don't know how much funding comes from HB3. We don't know where it's being spent.
Right.
We were told a couple people brought calendars from the community, brought calendars that didn't meet the 180 days. And they said, why are other districts in Texas doing that? Well, they've opted out, and that's why they're doing it. But as teachers, for the most part, we did have a calendar that didn't have HB3.
Right.
And we merged it.
And it was a very favored calendar.
It was a favored calendar, and there's a lot of people on DEIC, and the two calendars that we brought to you, I would guess had 85 or 90% of the votes behind them.
Which are the people who have to implement said intervention.
Yes, that was
So,
the discussion. That was the discussion, is that we are the people that have to implement or participate in
educating our children and fixing where we are.
And that was the feedback from the DEIC.
And this idea that having it on Saturdays that we'll miss kids, we missed a ton of kids
Yes.
this past intersession.
Absolutely.
And the attendance is the data that we do currently have. And it's my understanding, these are rough numbers in my head, but we invited like 9,000 kids to intercession across the district, and we had about half attend. So the idea that somehow parents would not choose to go on send their kids on Saturday, but they would during the week, isn't necessarily a narrative that's coming to fruition. The thing I like about the calendar one with the 9 days is I think it is our best chance at a compromise within the community.
That is what we were trying,
Which-
that was the goal.
Which is the bridge we're trying to cross together.
that
We
was the goal.
have to work together. We cannot continue to fight over which days are best implemented. I think the thing that rings true for me with calendar one is that you have 9 days of intercession. They are flexible. I've asked Dr. Ramsey when I saw the calendar, first impression was, how are we going to implement this? 9 days is a lot of days to ask teachers to be on call, administrators, custodians, everybody. And the answer was that we would be able to be flexible in our scheduling. If you're on a team of 3 people who teach 5th grade math, you guys can look at the calendar together, say, I'll pick up, XYZ day, I'll do this day. And it allows us to, in my opinion, pull kids along as we go. I think the incremental piece, yes, you may not be able to go on a Saturday during football, and you need to, but maybe you can go to the next 2. And maybe you have the opportunity to do the first 3 intercessional days, and then maybe you're caught up and you don't need to go for the rest of the year. I think that it gives us a lot of flexibility for parents, for teachers, and for kids in order to make up the time that they need to in the classroom.
And that is what we tried to do.
And to address something Mr. Davis said, for calendar one, we see that the kids testing in December needed a day. We always offer a Saturday in the spring at the secondary level for every single test we're given. So that's kind of already built into the pattern of testing. We didn't have one in December, and we need one. For us, we felt like that Saturday in December, they need that extra support even more than the spring, possibly, because it's not their first go-round.
And we also thought that even for our opposite and our AP testers, the Saturdays give them a chance for review. They're going to reviews all night long anyway.
You can
Monday
do
through Friday.
SAT, ACT, AP reviews. All of those can be built into those Saturdays because all of that testing is in the spring. So we can get support for more students.
And I did hear from many families that the intercessional week was extremely complicated. And there were a lot of parents who said, well, if we're going to have intercession, I'd almost rather them just go to school because the week is so interrupted in terms of trying to get kids to where they need to be. And I understand that that is an adult inconvenience. It is also a part of life. Parents have to be able to get their kids to the places that they need to be in order to be academically sound, because they have all of the sports and extracurriculars that they're trying to achieve good grades for to pass to play. The one thing I would like to say is to Rick's point, we have been doing Saturday intervention, but we haven't had the funding in place for Saturday intervention that we will have now with HB3. Is that correct?
I would have to check with Mr. Dodds how we're funding, because we do have ESSER dollars in addition to how our campuses are spending for Saturday.
Historically, we have supported at a district level, but not at the level we have supported like we have through intercession. So we have supported at a district level Saturday interventions and Saturday, regimented time periods, but not at the level that we have this year with how we're doing intercession.
So this would be a much more robust version of what we know works, to Mr. Davis's point, which is finding a formula that we know works. I believe that Saturday has the potential to work and has worked, but we have the ability now with HB3, with it being considered an actual intercession across the entire district, not just for our secondary kids, to be extremely robust. Is that a fair statement about what the vision is for Saturday intercession?
Yes, ma'am. We discussed this, previous to coming up here, and if the board were to decide on a calendar that had intercession on Saturdays, the robust funding that we've provided during the week would be allocated during those Saturdays. So we would be able to beef up tremendously how we've done Saturdays. So.
And also to the point that they would be going an extra day. It is a half day, whereas in intercession they're going the full school day. They also know their peers, again, this is not necessarily academic performance, but it is something to consider in the best interest of kids. When you have to attend intercession week, your peers know that maybe you failed the STAR test or you're struggling academically. But if you're going on Saturday, some of that stigma is not necessarily associated. I'm not saying that that's the reason to choose one or the other. I just think it's a small piece of how kids feel about their intervention and wanting to participate. And that's just a general impression. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that there is that yin and yang.
Because you can also use it we have teachers that do enrichment and things on Saturdays too, so it's not always just remediation.
Right, so, and because it's a half day, we're not asking them to come every Saturday. It's not, I think that they can handle the amount of incremental additional work that it would be at the end of a long week. And I do understand that point. The other question I had, on draft 1, I noticed that Good Friday and President's Day are both the bad weather days, but it lists the holidays, but it doesn't include April 10th, which is the Monday after Easter. That's considered a holiday. We're just talking about Good Friday. I'm looking at April 10th. Does somebody have it in front of you?
I'm looking at calendar 1, and I don't have.
I'm talking about the actual calendar. It has it's blacked out on the calendar, April 10th.
Originally, the group had put April 10th as a holiday, but because of the parent conference day in the fall, that put us one day short of the 180. So we had to come back and adjust and give up April 10th as a holiday and come to school because they wanted to have the parent-teacher conference day in the fall.
Oh, so I have a different version.
Yes.
Okay, well, so that comes back around to the question I had, which I was going to say, let's swap Good Friday, make it a true holiday, and protect that religious holiday versus the 10th, which would be Easter observed. But I understand now that that's where we lost that. So at this point, the 7th, Good Friday, is the only day we potentially have off unless we have bad weather makeup. Okay. As for calendar 2, my preference is obviously calendar 1. I think it's worth giving a shot. I think that it is the best compromise in terms of what the data also says from the community, which is the preference at this point is for calendar 1. On to calendar 2. My issues with calendar 2 are this. If we are truly trying to pick kids up and find them where they are, I think March is too late. I think by the time we get to March, if they're that far behind, I don't think 5 days of intercession is going to make up the difference. That's why I like the 9 days of Saturday, because we can kind of help pull them along the whole way. I remember there being a conversation about how do you learn your math facts? You do them every day. You don't try and shove them in 5 days before the test. And I consider this to be the same kind of mentality. So generally speaking, if the board were to support this calendar, I would prefer that the intervention be moved. I don't necessarily think it serves our students the best as a 2-week break there, especially for our kids that aren't coming to intercession.
That was my concern.
I'm worried they're going to slide.
As I remember, I wasn't part of that group, but as I remember the conversation, I believe the reason that particular calendar had favor had to do with our last intercession, where we had a lot of movies shown, and then we had a lot of teachers who went all out. Like, we had both scenarios happening. A lot of movies happened during intercession, and a lot of teachers killed themselves. And those teachers that killed themselves were exhausted.
And they needed the break.
And what they said was, if we do it before spring break, we can recover during spring break. And so that, and I could be speaking wrong. Is that correct? That's what I feel like the conversation was, and that's why it got a lot of backing to build some kind of intercession in, but to do it where the teachers
and the kids get a break.
Had a break afterward. Yes, everybody gets a break after intercession. So I believe that was the conversation that happened about why they went with that particular week.
Is this week too late, though, regardless of how the teachers felt about recovery? I mean, I can see that point.
So here, going to Saturdays, we're doing Saturdays before STAR. So the first set of STAR exams, EOCs that happen, are English 1 and English 2 the first week of April. I don't know if I'm missing another one in that week, but for sure English 1 and English 2 happen the first week of April. So that would be a time to really push those STAR skills.
But March may be too late.
Data needs to happen before intercession to say what skills need to be taught.
One question or thought I had about this calendar as well is that we're bringing teachers back for professional development day after the students have gone home. I'm sorry, I would be done as well.
I think as a retiring teacher, what would that do?
I just feel like that doesn't accomplish much in my opinion.
We don't disagree.
So that was a note there. And then the other note is, I don't think finishing after Memorial Day does us any favors on EOCs as well, if we're talking about end-of-year finals. I've had to do it both ways, and it's a lot more difficult to be disciplined to come back after Memorial Day weekend and that taste of summer for all kids. I mean, I'm talking every single kid from all the way up and back. And so that's not desirable to me about this calendar. The other thought I had about the conversation about the extracurriculars that happen on Saturdays, there are seasons to extracurriculars. Not every kid, I mean, there are a few that do football basketball, track, and debate, and fine arts, and choir. There are seasons. And so my hope is that if you're playing football in the fall, maybe you can make it to December and, November. And the coaches and our extracurricular secondary administrators, I would hope, would come alongside us and encourage the intercession that these kids need in order for them to be successful on and off the academic playing field and said sporting field. Those are my basic comments. I think that the survey also speaks to the strength of Calendar 1, and I agree that I think it is the best compromise for the community. Thank you for all your hard work and for the answers, and I appreciate y'all being here tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Joyner. Mr. Trischetti?
Thank you, Chairman Murray. Most of my questions have been addressed with Mr. Davis and Ms. Joyner. I just will ask, is DEIC scheduled to meet again? Or
Thursday.
Is that...
Thursday.
Okay, so all of this feedback, there was already some sort of
Yes.
platform to be discussed, to tweak.
Yes. And I'll sum up everything you want us to take back to make sure that we have it all so that we can discuss that.
Clearly, we appreciate the hard work. It's as Dr. Ramsey said, my condolences. It's hard. I mean, you get more email, at least I do.
Next Thursday, sorry, it's next Thursday.
That's fine.
I said it wrong.
As long as
Thank
there's a
you.
me, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't calling a special meeting because you're getting inundated with questions. It's one of the most, I have argued and others have said it's the most important document this community has because, we put this out and then everyone else in the community builds their life around,
Yes.
what Midland ISD puts out because it affects so many. That said, I lean more towards Mr. Davis's comment. I feel that you need 2 or 3 years of data to show trends. We don't know really if it works. We have some early data and things. There's certainly a track record of success in other districts. Does it need tweaking? Did we get feedback that some of the community didn't like it? Absolutely we did. I think we all did. And so can there be some modifications made to help some of those challenges? I hope so. One question I get and that I'm sensitive to as a single parent is what does the Saturday do if you have custodial issues, about kids? And that's something that maybe the parents just have to work out. But again, that's another one of those considerations. We're never going to make everyone happy. I think that's why you see on the community feedback, none of them were, there wasn't a glowing thing from the community that said, absolutely, this is not, if this was an election, it would be a runoff. No one got 50% on this deal. And so I do appreciate y'all's work, and hopefully y'all can come back in February with all of this, with all of this feedback and some tweaking, and maybe we can get something that is, I do agree with Ms. Joyner that we do need to find a compromise. I lean towards intercession in a more traditional intercession calendar, but am willing to do what we feel like is best from the professionals to move and improve student outcomes. So thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Nope. Yes, Ms. Joyner.
I think the reason that you don't see a strong like for either of the calendars is I think that there is still a lot of people in the community that want a traditional calendar.
Yes.
And I think if you stood up a traditional calendar, you would have a glowing review.
I do too.
And so I think that considering the options that were put before you and the constraints, option 1 really does do the best job of trying to marry the community and our teaching staff and our kids to a place where they can improve.
And the only point I would make to that is, I don't disagree. I think that there are a lot of community members that want a traditional calendar. Then they're not being truthful when they want change in MISD, because it can't be both. We can't say we want to change outcomes for our poor kids, for our black and brown kids, for our English learners, and yet we're going to continue doing the same things we've always done. And so I implore, like our community members, think about all children and think about what's best for children and be honest about if you want change or not. Because We need change. We need change.
I agree, and I think we're capable of it with one of these calendars.
And I think the people on DEIC very much agree. We did hear they wanted a traditional calendar, and one group did create a traditional calendar. But by and large, when they saw, those people that did the traditional calendar, when they saw the Saturday calendar that met HB3 and yet still met the other things, got really excited and said, can we merge these two calendars? Because as educators, we all agree. We agree that kids need more time. They need more support. We also are hearing, we listen to the teachers on our campuses, we listen to our parents, we listen to our stakeholders, and we did the best that we could do with what we've been given, and it had strong support in DEIC. I don't disagree. If we put out a traditional option, it would get a lot of support, but as educators, we want the ability to support them, and we want the community to get behind us as we try to do it. Okay. And that is part of the biggest problem. The community has not been supportive of intercession.
And there were
Can I
results
make
of the
a
survey.
comment
There were
about the
several that
calendars?
were strongly disagreed to both calendars.
Yeah, they strongly disagreed.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Sorry, I didn't realize somebody was speaking. It's a little hard to hear sometimes. I think most of us 100% do understand how important the calendar is. I think as Mr. Trischetti mentioned, literally the entire community builds their life around it. We can't even release Legacy and Midland Lunch at the same time because of how that impacts the community. But I do think something we need to consider is although the calendar is a part of the solution for improving our students' academic performance and what we're giving them, it cannot be the end-all be-all. Ms. Anderson mentioned during intercession there were some schools that had themes and went all out, and some schools weren't able to do that. And to me, that's not something a calendar alone can fix. I do understand it's a huge part of it, but I think we do need to consider that it's only a part of it. There are other district things we also need to address to give our students the best education possible.
And I agree with that. We have kids that are making drastic gains through House Bill 4545 that did not attend intercession, and they're on MAP testing. We're in the high growth category.
But they did not attend intercession.
Hey, Ms. Marquez.
Okay, so I agree with Dr. Ramsey about obviously a statement that nobody's going to be happy. And you've been invited to witness what happens when you start grabbing this information from the community, from teachers, from so forth. At the end of the day, there's not, the chart here says it all. I think Mr. Trischetti has already pointed it out. There was an overwhelming consensus here. I'm going to start off with my question about 1,342 responses. Who did they come from?
Are you asking about
At the bottom of the chart, it says 1,342 responses.
1502?
The current is 1502.
Or
That was from the
1502.
community. The draft calendars were posted on the Midland ISD website, and anyone could go on and provide feedback.
Okay, anyone on the
So it was teachers,
public or
parents,
or
community,
okay,
staff.
so very low. So that number now that I put that number with parents and it's a super low number.
We agree.
Super low.
We feel like
So-
it rolled out in December, right before Christmas.
So I want to remind you that we had already previously discussed this issue with the community. Prior, we took this and we sent that to the community, staff, and everybody said, we can't do it. It's too quick. We can't change. I believe, I'm going to talk holistically here, as a board of trustees, that we came together and said, okay, we're listening to you. We're listening to you. But at the time, the community said, we want it. We want it. Okay, so the community wants it, the staff can't change fast enough, so we implemented it a year later. There had been a lot of discussion over the current calendar we have. So did y'all go back and look at any of that information that exists?
No, we didn't go backwards. We looked at what current information we had.
Okay,
And
so
what
you didn't go back,
parameters we had
you
to
didn't go
work
back
within.
and look at all the stuff that was gathered back then
There was a
to make the
survey.
decision to move forward with the current calendar we have. And so I'm going to ask you that since y'all haven't looked at it, that you need to go back and you need to look at all that information, because back then we gave plenty of time, in a sense, for the response, because it was a long-term decision. It wasn't a short-term decision. And we heard all the pros and cons. We've heard I can't go to vacation, I don't have a child there. We've heard that. You know, we're not saying that we're not sensitive to that information. We're saying that in order to move student outcomes, we have to change. Or I have to change, as some of the board members, I'm sure, think I have to change. And the way I've changed is said, hey, listen, what we're going to do is that we need to stay steady for some years. In order to stay steady for some years and get valuable data that supports the next move for Midland ISD. But when I came on the board of trustees, we ran through a lot of data that the community said that we want system of great schools. Okay? What is a system of great schools? We just didn't dive off into somewhere in some book and say, hey, it says a system of great schools here, and this is how you do it. No, we learned back then that the system of great schools would come from the definition from the community and Midland ISD put together in a collaborative form. So we journeyed through that process. Now, has it been perfect? No, it hasn't. But we're still currently on the system of great schools. And it's going to take still some years to get everything right. So I would appreciate if y'all go back and look at some of the data, because, you know, as I'm looking at the information and the days, you know, and then, you know, I just have so many questions about, okay, well, you invited 9,000, we only had 4,500, but where is that? Where's that other 4,000 that we need to get? You know, and where are we going to accommodate them? You know, and how are we going to accomplish that on a Saturday? And now instead of potentially giving data that's solid for a week, we got data that's solid for a week. Now we got data that's jumping around from Saturday, flu season, COVID season, football season, track season, soccer season, little league baseball. You know, so I'm like, well, there's students in all these categories, and I mean, it's going to be hard to throw a dart and figure out which ones can come on that Saturday, because the extracurricular activities that people have that are used to on a Saturday are, you know, we're probably going to have a low attendance. You know, and like I said, it's which imperfect portion of this part are we going to want to live with? You know what I mean? And the part I'm in is the part that we're currently in, that we've said, hey, listen, we're doing an intercession in the fall and one in the springtime. And holistically, looking at that piece, is that I understand and appreciate the work that's been done, the conversations that have been had, that to basically slice up an opportunity on the Saturday portion. But in my view, it's highly complicated, and it doesn't provide the right data that our students need. And this district is in dire need of moving forward. I mean, we're in dire need. I mean, that conversation's been going on now for some years, and I just don't think that changing past right now would be the wise thing to do for scheduling for the students. I'd rather see a consistency and see if we can get a buy-in before we look to, alter the system. But I have one more question, and then I'll pass it on. There was a date in here in the second calendar, the first calendar, May 6th. Why would we need an intercession day on May 6th at the end of the year?
They're still
on calendar one?
Yes.
Because elementary would take their STAR test the following week.
The
That would be
following
the
week?
last ditch to try to get those kids that are that consistently one question away, one question away, one question away. That's one more try to get them over that hump.
That is the final STAR testing week.
Okay.
And there's also AP testing and SAT testing, I believe, coming around that corner that can, May 13th, so
And
that can address the and what?
AP testing is those
First 2 weeks of May is AP testing.
So it would also give our advanced scholars chance to review theirs to get their college credit. That when we have kids that are testing for college credit, that would be an excellent way for them to get that review to pass that AP test to get that college credit.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I'll finish with the fact that I appreciate the work. It's extremely difficult. You're going to get to visit the topic twice. We as a board of trustees, we have to run through these issues, on a monthly basis type deal. But I really appreciate you educators doing the hard work you're doing. I hope that this conversation is not, in unfairness to you guys in the sense, but we want to make sure we vet the whole process because it's an important decision we're going to make.
And we have heard lots of feedback.
Thank you.
Public, school. Like you said, you will please no one.
Mr. Booker? The joys of being last. Everybody's already answered most of my questions. I had a few, but they've been answered. I do have one, maybe two, depending on how y'all answer. The first question is, will all the teachers be required to work the intercession?
I don't think you can ever require a teacher to work a non-contract day.
I'm sure it will be a monetary incentive, just like it is intercession or summer school now.
Okay. So since you answered that way, my second question, because we have to rely on teachers volunteering their work to work this time, not being a teacher work day, do we believe teachers are going to be willing to facilitate the intercession?
I think a half-day Saturday, a whole lot more likely than a full week. That was part of the feedback we got from the teachers, is half-day Saturday doable. Full week, they're going to go on vacation with their family.
I'll take a half-day Saturday over a full week any day of the year.
That's all I have. Again, I appreciate everything y'all do. It's very much appreciated.
Sorry, can I just answer that question as well? I mean, I don't think we surveyed teachers about that. I know we did talk about it at DEIC, but to be fair to the other way, we did staff a full week session in October. So I guess I don't have like I'm not sure we can give you a clear response to that without some more additional surveying or data, but we were able to staff a full week as well this year in October.
So the feedback we took was just members of DEIC who did work or who came from their school. So to be fair, yeah, we didn't do a survey. We just heard the feedback there at DEIC that people brought with them.
From our hallways, from talking to teachers. And it's always going to be a mixed review when you're talking to teachers. Some would prefer the week, some would prefer the Saturdays.
Yeah, and Mr. Davis pointed out, I'm at early college, but I sent out multiple emails to the staff because we have a lot of parents who are teachers that said, hey, I'd like your feedback before I go into this meeting. I'd like your, and I sent out 4 or 5, and I said, if you have a feeling on the survey, please fill it out. Because a lot of times early college wants to take a step out, but I'm like, hey, our kiddos, when y'all are on intercession, our students, their parents take them on vacation. And it hurts us as a campus when that happens. And 16-year-old in my class who's like, my mom's making me go, what do I do? How do I make it up? I'll help you when I can. Sorry, kid. It's hard to be a kid sometimes. You don't get to make those decisions.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, so I want to start off first by thanking you because I do live with a 4th grade teacher, and to know the word that I should use to describe her as opinionated is very helpful. So thank you. I want to ask a couple of questions. First off, we had a facilities committee, not a facilities, we had a finance committee meeting this week. And one of the topics that we talked about in that committee that I think is of utmost importance that fits into this calendar discussion is attendance. And I think, for one thing, we've got to address attendance in MISD. I don't think there's anybody up on this stage right now that would say we're happy with the outcomes and we are where we need to be. We all want better, and so that's why this board is continually looking better. And I believe that we actually charged Dr. Ramsey and our finance director say, hey, we've got to put assets into attendance because we think it's that important to have kids in seats. And that's not intercession, that's all the time.
Yeah.
In Midland, we have a great problem that we are fluent in the fact that we want to play baseball and we want to travel and we want to travel football and we want to do all these things. And we've got to get back as a community, like Dr. Ramsey said, we've got to get back to the point that education is number one, and then we have fun after that. So I think that's where I wanted to start too. Did y'all discuss, because you said half-day Saturdays, was it ever discussed about half-days in intercession and doing two?
No, there was a table and there was maybe 10 people at a table, and there were 7 tables, I think. Is that right? There were 7 tables. There was, give or take, 9 or 10 people at each table. So we had whole group discussion and then we had table discussion. And so the Saturday group, we discussed half days. I can't speak for what was discussed for intercession. Nobody brought it up in DIC, but I wasn't at the other 6 tables to say what happened at those tables and whether.
The other thing with that is it would push us after Memorial Day, and that was one of the things that the survey said, is that half of families want us out, a little more than half families want us out before Memorial Day. So doing 2 half-day weeks of intercession would put us into the 2nd week of June.
Okay.
And I think that was part of the feedback we took as well.
Because that was one of the things that I heard back from the first intercession is the teachers, it's a long day going.
Yes, and they were a lot of them were exhausted. That was what we heard, is that was exhausting. I needed a week off to recover.
Okay, so on calendar number 1, and this is a staff question, Dr. Ramsey, can you get us in the communique for this week an estimate of what the overtime would be for the people that are going to have to work those Saturdays? And I think it's important, because I don't know, how do the administrators in a building, how does their calendar work for that Saturday?
They're on a 226.
So our administrators are on a 226. Both calendars provide for a either 4-week or 5-week summer school. We cannot provide the admin those Saturdays as work days, or they would not be available for summer school. So administrators would have to work the additional Saturdays as a part of the understanding that as campus leaders, we work evenings, we work on the weekends. For our staff, yes, sir, for our non-exempt employees, we will get an estimate of what that would cost.
To that point, Brian, I think when we had this conversation, you said it would not be a requirement that every principal be there every single Saturday. It would be a rolling schedule with assistant principals and different various administrators. It wouldn't require the entire staff.
So we spoke to our principals. They were very much against the Saturdays, and having been a campus principal in those conversations, they want to be there. So even though they absolutely could say, I'll do this Saturday, I'll have my assistant principal be there another Saturday, that wasn't the kind of consensus in the room from the principals themselves.
But we could do that.
They absolutely could, if having assistant principals, they could take turns, absolutely.
And so now I've got the current calendar we have under this year pulled up. And I've always been a believer that the days before STAR are more valuable than the days into June or however we do.
I totally
So
agree.
was there any comparison to take these calendars, especially calendar 2, and try to get days loaded earlier so that we're not into June, so that the important days come before the test?
But to do that, teachers have to return at the end of July, and that was an adamant no. When the first survey was sent out, that was an adamant, that was like the highest one.
That
No, it was like, the earliest teachers wanted to return was that first week of August.
But would it be true to say this year, our teachers got squeezed because we had a late in last year, we started early this year, so they got squeezed. But this coming year, because we're getting out earlier, they're going to get restored back to their full summer break.
We just
don't
know
think
that,
that's
that
gonna
we just know that the feedback here, thank you. 2,587 teachers responded.
Or community, or not, I mean, just
Or
on
is
the
that
original.
community?
It's also, DIC created a brief survey that was sent out prior to creating the deck calendar drafts to kind of get some initial feedback. We had over 3,000 people respond. This one question was, as a school calendar must include 187 contract days for teachers, when should they report? Tell me what that number is.
2,587 said August.
541 said July.
Okay.
So it was overwhelmingly, do not have teachers go back before August.
That's how we took that number. With the teachers got on board for that one.
I'm sorry. Eva, does that include, because I know new teacher orientation, they report a week sooner
2
anyway.
days.
Mr.
2 days.
Oh, just
2
2
days.
days.
Yes,
Yes.
2 days.
Okay.
And it's only your first year in the district
Right,
that you do that. So that was the way to fit in not coming in July. But still, we felt very strongly as a DIC that new teachers needed a couple days of orientation. There are so many things to learn, so many systems to learn, so much software to learn. They needed days where they could come in
And process it.
So,
Yes,
yeah.
and they did, and they missed a lot of that this year. So
It
as
was-
an MCL, I've done a whole lot of training on a lot of those programs that they typically get during new teacher orientation.
Okay. One of the things I heard about last year's calendar that everybody loves so much is from the opinionated group,
The
was
teachers.
that they liked the preparation, the work days in advance of the next 6 weeks.
They did, and we discussed that in DEIC. They don't want early release. I know.
Because it's a wasted day of instruction.
It's a wasted day of instruction, and teachers want their kids in front of them.
Okay, so
So,
that
that
answers my
preparation-
question before I asked it, because I was going to say, is there any way to add 4 half-days where you had early release, where you've got those teachers a half-day at
We
least?
want the planning. The planning is great. but when you're trying to get everything taught on a time schedule, half days are attendance, talking about attendance. Half days, teachers use those, I mean, not teachers,
Kids.
families use those to go on a 3-day vacation.
And really, I mean, we discussed that kind of in depth on where we wanted more or less, and the teachers really got into it, and it was a fairly good consensus. We love those planning days, but if we have to meet these requirements, we will give them up all day long to have our students in front of us.
And I appreciate that, and y'all are the professionals in this deal, and you know better than us, but as it's been repeatedly said up here, is that we want better student outcomes and for our community. And so we have to ask hard questions to say, how do we get there?
Basically, to give everybody what they want, you would never be able to. I mean, there's no way. Not even on a year-round calendar could you make it work.
Okay, and I guess my last point is, this is probably the first year, and in the former administration, I ask every year, because I constantly hear about in the fall how that period from the first day of school to Thanksgiving is a long run. And this is the first year I can honestly say that I didn't hear a lot of talk about teacher burnout, because there was the fall intercession week. And so I want to ask, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You're not hearing the same things we're hearing in the hallways.
Okay. So you think there was burnout this year with the week off? Was it teachers that taught intercession or teachers that didn't?
That was who it was for. And that was it was brought up again in DIC, teacher burnout. And that, looking at those calendars, there's long periods with no break. And so the question was thrown back to the teachers that said that and said, well, what do you want to give up? Because looking at what we have to work with, and the answer was never mind. No, there was nothing ever brought forward, and they said, well, we'd rather do this than have a random Monday or Friday off.
And something to me that would be interesting is to see who taught intercession the first time that's teaching intercession the second time.
And for the secondary, I think all of us are on a block schedule. Y'all are on a block? You're not on a block schedule. Okay, so not all of us are on a block schedule, but Mondays and Fridays off mess with block schedule.
Okay, well, again,
Sorry, can I answer that question as well?
Sure.
I guess as DIC, we're also our campus reps as well, and I think part of the process that I personally struggled with at the Midland High Rep was I don't feel I got enough time with in between meetings or just discussion time to ask my CIC a lot of that. I got some feedback, yes, they 100% would trade PD days for off days, but I heard kind of a balance of I definitely didn't get burnt. I'm not burnt out. And then I did also just hear this was really difficult because they worked. But to be fair, I think it's also important to keep in mind, we compensate as a district the people that work. But I do think it will also be interesting to see how many people work again. But I didn't hear an opinion clearly, at least through Midland High. Some of that just may be the lack of time given in these meetings to process with our own campuses.
Okay. So, Ms. Anderson, I said you did most of the talking and not, so maybe I'm not charging you, but you've heard each board member's heart tonight. And so do you have notes?
How about if I repeat back to make sure that will you take?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Here. I just want somebody to take notes. Okay. I'm going to repeat back what we heard and what we're going to take back to DEIC.
Okay, one more question. Mr.
Yes.
Joyner has one more question before we do that.
I meant to ask this actually first off the bat. I've discussed with President Murray, and I brought it up to Dr. Cuellar. I know it wasn't discussed. It's not really a question, but it's input that I would also like for you to take back to DEIC if you're taking notes. The other thing that I would like to know, and it sounds like there's not going to be a lot of support based on what you just said, but I think that there's an opportunity to do what I would call a week 0 intervention in intercession, which would essentially start school a week early for our kids that we know need to be brought in and may need extra time, with their new teacher, with their new setup, in their environment. And if we're really about catching kids early, there could be an opportunity to do a week 0 for the families that feel like their children need that opportunity and a small teacher ratio. And not everyone would have to come back. I understand it would stagger the return for teachers.
And that the biggest problem would be how much professional development that the district and campuses require, that usually we're, like the day we get back, we're professional development. So before the professional development, have the kids come back? Is that what you're, I just want to.
No, I'm just trying to understand if there would be the opportunity. We get our STAR testing and our data back, in the spring, summer, to notify families ahead of time and have our campuses essentially prepare for those students to return a week early.
So our teachers would come back a week early and then have a week off if they weren't doing intersession? I just want to make sure I understand.
I guess my question would be, and this may not be feasible, but would to have a staggered start for everyone. So the teachers that are coming back to teach intersession would start, a few days earlier than everybody else, and have it roll in that way.
So the problem,
just bump everybody up a week for the teaching intersession.
Would be with that is you have to have professional development for the whole campus.
Okay.
So I like the inventiveness of the idea, and it doesn't mean we can't see if there's not a way. So maybe the week before staff come back, a 0 week.
Week 0, because if it really is the intention of the intervention to catch kids quick and to get them settled in their new routine, in their new classroom with their teacher, and have the opportunity to start learning what's going to be reviewed anyway, but they've already reviewed it. And so now we are hopefully leveling that playing field from the very beginning. And that's just some input. I don't know if it's feasible. I just wanted to throw it out there for taking things back.
Absolutely look at that. The major concern is that the only group of students that you would be looking at in a week 0 are students that didn't perform well on the state exam. So you wouldn't be able to work with students who are behind on particular standards, possibly high school students who have loss of credit and we're trying to catch up to make sure that they graduate.
Or enrichment.
Any enrichment pieces. And so it would be for a smaller group of students.
And it would also interfere with almost all of the summer camps, football,
Absolutely.
volleyball. They all do some.
Because that week
I have high school athletes, they all crazy. They all crazy. They'll work out all summer long, every day in 100-degree heat. They don't care. So, but that, we would run interference with that. I like the idea. We can take it back and talk about it, but I can see some potential difficulties in making that work. So I'm going to go through the process. At least 3 board members are really interested in us discussing whether or not we could have an intercession calendar. Correct? Okay. So that's number 1, right? I got the 3 that are really pushing for that. And it's been a long meeting.
The work day after the year was a concern.
Work day after the year is a concern. You've got that. I'm trying to help me because my
2 weeks.
We can assist. Mr.
we
Pounds
need
was
we need to look at TELPAS. That's
yeah,
one of
Mr.
the-
Pounds was taking notes for you.
So
And
I think another comment from Mr. Marquez was that the DEIC, when they do reconvene, they consider some of the
We got that. Look at the data from last year.
prior
We got
data
that
from
one.
prior years.
Right. We had data going back to the February with Mr. Riddick when they did the first survey, and the summer with Mr. Riddick, and then in the winter of last year, right? Those 3 pieces of data. Okay.
So my suggestion is that, after you got this recorded, you can go back and listen to the detail of every portion that you might be looking for. So is that not possible?
Yes, we can assist. We'll provide technical assistance to the DEIC members so that you don't have to rely on remembering.
Yes,
You
I
were
was
doing
like,
a lot of
I just
answering.
want everybody to restate, so we're really sure when we meet next week that we've heard you, and we take back what you had to say.
So we can provide that information to the board then first, and then ask them if there's anything that's missing, and we'll do it in writing. That way you receive it in writing.
That would be fantastic. I
to help
really
you
like
out.
writing. I'm an English teacher. Writing's
Me too.
great. I work great with words.
Thank you all
Thank you
very
so very
much.
much for being here tonight and answering all the questions and for spending all the time getting to us to where we are now, so thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Murray, one thing,
Yes, Mr. Bishop.
I guess to stand to be corrected, I know we mentioned our principals being on the 226, but on our assistant principals on a different 217 or 226?
217?
Mr. Bailey, I'm going to rely on him because there may be a difference in assistant principals between high school, junior high, and elementary.
I think that was brought up when we said
But
admin
the question
on
is, what is the work
226.
calendar for our assistant principals? So 217 days would be the assistant
Okay,
principal
so the
duty.
assistant principal is 217.
Yes. So
Okay.
they're, yes.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Just making sure.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, real quick, we're going to go through district reports. These are item agenda 6A, report only. A, superintendent update. B, board committee report. C, innovation update. D, staffing update. Board, are there any questions you have for any of these reports to be pulled for discussion? None. Great. Okay, the time is now 7:45, and we are going to take a 5-minute break to address facility needs, and then we will be right back. The time is now 7:53, and we're returning from a brief break. The next item on the agenda is item 7, discussion items, action items. A, academic update, board goals, GPM 1.2 and GPM 1.3. And Mr. Garcia is our speaker now. Welcome, Mr. Garcia.
Good evening, President Murray, Superintendent Ramsey, Board of Trustees. Good evening again, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to report on GPM measures 1.2 and 1.3. Just a reminder that GPM 1.1 will be presented at our next board meeting, and so I am here today to report on 1.2 and 1.3. As you know, I'm the Associate Superintendent, Charlie Garcia, and today I also have our Director who oversees our elementary cohort and literacy framework, Dr. Nancy Parker. And we also have Ms. Christine Reeves, who's the principal at Emerson Elementary. They're going to be able to provide some insight on our action steps and a boots on the ground perspective on what we're doing to address any concerns that we might have or academic gaps in the data. As you're well aware, this is a GPM for 1.2, which states that the percentage of kindergarten students on track to read at grade level or above will increase from 67% to 69% by August 2023. Current end of the year target is for 2022 is 67%. I'm going to start off with a brief on NAA MAP. As you know, it is an adaptive test that allows teachers to identify students' specific learning needs and opportunities for growth. Students take the assessment 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end of the year. The NAEA 2020 MAP Growth Norms study provides achievement status and growth norms for individual students and grade levels within schools in each of the 4 subject areas: reading, language usage, mathematics, and general science. The study's results are based on K-12 grade to 700,000 students attending over 24,000 public schools in 5,800 districts spread across 50 states to include 400 Texas partnership and districts. 2020 MAP growth norms allow educators to compare achievement status and changes in achievement status growth to students' performance in the same grade level at comparable stage of the school year or across 2 test events within or across school years. NAA MAP national norms started in 2018 prior COVID. So this is pre-COVID. For the 2021-22 school year, MISD will be utilizing NAA MAP to track the progress of achievement of Board Goal 1 and Goal Progress Measures 1.2 and 1.3. I'm happy to report that the middle of the year MAP assessment results demonstrate that MISD kindergarten students are performing at above MAP national norms. This is based on the RIT score, which is a number students receive after completion of the test that represents their achievement level at that given moment. I think at this point in time, I would also like to address our teachers, principals, instructional leaders at our schools for the hard work that has been undertaken in undertaking this literacy framework and this important value in reading levels at kindergarten. This next slide shows the average growth of students who were in the same grade and began the same term at a similar RIT score. As observed in the NAA norm study, as you can see, Midland ISD grew 8 RIT points, however 1.5 short of what was projected. 49% of our kindergarten students met or exceeded their growth goals, and 79 demonstrated growth. This growth report allows us to identify and target learning opportunities for student growth. Additional information will be provided by Dr. Nancy Parker about forward thinking and planning in the coming slides. It is important, and I'll reiterate, that 79% of our kindergarten students demonstrated some type of growth. The 49% met or exceeded their growth goal. A reminder that this is taken at the 50th percentile on that national spectrum. So this is including all, at a national level where we're at as a district. MAP is designed to measure student achievement in the moment and growth over time. Its purpose is to provide student achievement percentiles as compared to the national norm. To align MAP outcomes to our school board progress measures for middle of the year, MISD looked at the percent of students who are at the 50% achievement or higher. The achievement percentiles on this slide show the percentage of students who equaled or exceeded other students in the same grade level on the same subject according to the national study. 52% of students were at 50% achievement level or higher. These percentages will allow us to analyze the data and inform instruction. Also indicated, as you will see, is that we, at our beginning of the year, stat was 55%. You're going to see our middle of the year at 52%. As all data indicates at one time or another, there's a need for reflective action. And so we, as we like to say, when we have, we don't admire problems, we attack them. And so we have our entire department ready and mobilized to help support the charge so we can ensure that our students are growing at the level of the national norm, which is at that 50th percentile. I want to move on to Board Progress Measure 1.3, which indicates the percentage of first grade students on track to read at grade level or above will increase from 70 to 71% by August 2023. Our current end of the year target for 2022 is 69%. Our MAP assessment results demonstrate that MISD first grade students are performing slightly below the national norm. And when I mean slightly below, we are right there with the nation. This is based on the RIT score, which is a number students receive after completion of the test that represents their achievement level at any given moment. The next slide indicates the average growth of students who were in the same grade and began the same term, similar in RIT score, as observed in the NAA norm study. As you can see, Midland ISD grew 8 RIT points, 1.8 short of what was projected. 41% of our kindergarten students met or exceeded their growth, and 82 demonstrated growth. Additional information will be provided by Nancy Parker about forward thinking and planning in the coming slides. Now, this slide, I think, when you talk about first grade students and how they have performed, is also a concern of ours. And if you look at the slides, the achievement percentiles on this slide show the percentage of students who equaled or exceeded other students in the same grade level on the same subject according to the national study indicates that 41% of our students met their growth goals or exceeded it. If you look at the beginning of the year assessment, we were at 47%. What this is telling us is that for some reason, our first grade students, those literacy early skills are still a concern for us. And based on these concerns, we will be providing targeted support to address these skill sets. Before I move on, is there any questions on any of the data that I presented before I go into the forward thinking and planning?
I just have one question. And
yes, ma'am.
I almost hate to ask it because I don't want to sound like I don't understand though. So on the first page where we have the writ, and we're looking at for first grade, okay. And we're looking at going from 154.3 to 162.4 at middle of the year.
Correct.
It looks like across the district we've improved in growth from the beginning to the middle, but then when you skip to the slide we were just looking at, we've decreased. And so I'm confused by the conflicting images.
Ms. Joyner, that is a point of confusion for many people, not just yourself.
Okay.
But I'm going to walk you through that. This right here slide, first grade MAP average RIT scores, gives you the aggregate indicator of where we were as a district. The next slide gives you exactly how much RIT points we grew. So if you look at 154.3 and you add that 8 RIT growth, it gives you 162. Now the marker for the end of the year, because that might be a question you might be asking, is very attainable because it is at 171. So we would have to grow 9 percentage points to be in that end of the year, hit that goal for MAP growth. Now, to your point, you're absolutely right. What we have in Midland ISD is we have very high achieving students that are knocking that out of the park. I mean, they're scoring at the 80th percentile, at the 90th percentile, and then we have a group of students that are very low. And so going back to the comment that I made about the concern for those early literacy skill sets that we still need to promote, that 41%, although it looks like we dipped a little bit, the MAP growth assessment tool is a moving target. And so it adapts to those children. There's a lot of things that could have been variables as far as us dipping a little bit from 47 to 41%. I still remind you that we did grow, to your point. What we have to do as a department is really identify those gaps in learning. We need to really have a sense of urgency for our K-1 commitment to literacy. We need to understand the position that we have as far as supporting our students, not just those high-level students, but those students that are falling through the cracks. They really need that additional support. These first graders last year, their educational setting was hindered, and so we surely understand that they might need additional support. But that does indicate a 41% at the 50 percentile. Remember, this is national percentiles, and so the rigor involved in that is elevated. Now, you will see the 69% there on our board goal, which is representative of a different assessment. It is iStation. And so for me to compare the two would be, again, complex, but I will tell you that our position, we're very enthusiastic about the game plan that we have, and that's why I have two of our experts that are doing, that are boots on the ground work at our schools, our director, Dr. Parker, and one of our brightest and best, Ms. Reeves, here to kind of walk you through a little bit about the perspective that we're taking. Hope that answered or clarified a little bit.
I'm still learning the map, so I appreciate it.
And just for the record, it's the first year that we've included MAP growth. Based on our conversations with MAP growth advisors, it is very much common to have some of this data the first year. not only on the testing protocols that we have at sites, at classrooms, but also in a lot of ways on understanding the data. So please, we're all learning through it, and we'd be happy to provide additional information on Friday. Okay. Dr. Parker?
Good evening, Board President Murray, trustees, Mr. Pounds, and Dr. Ramsey. As we look at our forward thinking, I do want to go ahead and just maybe highlight some of the action steps that we've already taken this year. Knowing that we were coming in already with some scores that were low, we went ahead and put a plan in place, a 3-year plan. And we started by focusing on the framework that was already adopted 2 years ago here. And we wanted to focus on a few components and do them well and build capacity in our teachers, in our admin, especially in our literacy specialists. And so what we did is we had training that started back in the summer. That was 2021. And so we had 3 days of training. We brought experts in from Heinemann, and they created training that not only helped our teachers, our admin, anyone that attended, to learn the components, but not only learn them, what resources were we going to use with those components, and then how to use them. So we wanted to make sure that we focused first on that Tier 1 instruction, making sure that anyone who taught reading was going to be well-versed on these components. So that happened first. Then we decided to go ahead and make sure that every department, including our special ed and our bilingual department, were also trained in these components. We wanted to make sure that we had some consistency, not only in pedagogy, but again, making sure that they were trained on the same components that everyone else was. So we went as far as making sure walkthrough forms were restructured, were rewritten, so that regardless if you go into a bilingual classroom, a special ed classroom, a regular classroom, you are going to look for the same components, the same look-fors. And again, making sure that our teachers were well trained and our admin. Next, we wanted to build capacity in our literacy specialist. This position was, formed last year for this main reason, so that they could be our key person at every campus to help us implement these components. So we wanted to make sure we built capacity with them. Of course, they attended the training in the summer. We began meeting with them and training them immediately, and sometimes 2 to 3 times a month at the very beginning, because we wanted to make sure they understood the charge. And the charge was that they were going to be the key person, not only to help implement these components, but help the administration not only implement them, but also understand them. They had to become knowledgeable. They had to not only know what these components were, but they also had to make sure they could coach and give feedback to the teachers, kinder through second. So that was a big charge. We wanted to start early. We gave them lots of training, robust training. We made sure that they understood what they were doing. So then from there, we wanted to start the training phases. And the phases came in every month. We made sure that they were not only trained, the literacy strategists, but also our campus admin, teachers, our, again, bilingual, special ed. Everyone was included in these trainings. And when I say trainings, we provided not only just the knowledge base of each component, but we provided modeling. They got to see this in classrooms, actually observing teachers implementing these components. And we wanted to make sure that when they left, they knew exactly what to go and do back at their campuses. As soon as each phase was trained on, we came back and we gave them feedback. Because again, our literacy strategists were the ones that were going to help implement these components, but we needed to make sure that they were well-versed and knowledgeable in what they were doing. So we came back and we gave them training. Part of this training, we found that there was a gap, not only in the resources, but in the standards. So many times our standards that we are trying to teach didn't align with the resources, the FPC resources that were given to them. So we had to plan for that. How do you take a standard and then implement it in a component of this framework that we're trying to launch? So that was part of the training as well. Then, again, all these components were completed by December, all right, of year one. And then we are going to finish this year one training with Tanny McGregor. She's coming in from Heinemann again at the end of the month for 3 days, because now we're going to really focus on those reading comprehension skills that are very difficult to teach. And we're going to start at kinder. So kinder through 6th grade teachers are going to be attending again this training, making sure not only teachers, literacy strategists, campus administrators. So as you see, we're trying to build a comprehensive plan where anyone who teaches or anyone that touches the lives of students that are teaching reading, that they know exactly what to do. Again, building some alignment, building a program where everybody can speak the same language about reading. So when we talk, based on our results, our next steps are going to be to continue this training that we've started. We are going to, again, make sure that continue the walkthroughs, because not only do you train, you have to go see what's going on in classrooms. So we started walkthroughs from the beginning of the year. We're going to continue them for every campus. Those were all scheduled in December. And so we've started those already now. We go in as a team, and we literally go into every kinder through 2nd grade classroom. And we come back and we pull the administrator, which is part of our team, and also the literacy strategist and any other staff that they have, and we do a debrief. We talk about what we're seeing, because right now our focus is implementation of these components, making sure that they're done well. As they do them, as our teachers implement these components well, you'll begin to see student progress in our academics. So we go do that, and then we give them action steps, bite-sized action steps that they can do the next week, and then we come back and we'll revisit them. All of these school campus walkthroughs will be completed by February. Again, just to make sure that we continue the strong foundation, all of the training that we provided the first semester in the fall, we're going to do it again second semester. For those that maybe need a refresher, for those maybe that are new to teaching, maybe those new administrators that need maybe a refresher, I need to go back again and learn it. We want to make sure that that foundation is built and built well, not only with our admin, our literacy strategists, but again, the teachers. What we'd like to create is make sure that we have a team at every campus that truly understands reading instruction, that truly can go and give feedback to a teacher, that can truly assess, is this working? Are they doing it correctly? What feedback or what coaching do we need to give them? And as we're doing these walkthroughs, I want you to know we're already picking up on some things. Planning is a major gap in our teachers. Again, how do you take a standard and how do you apply it into a literacy framework? So we already created training for that. In fact, Great House was going to be one of our first schools that we do the training with, because again, we're seeing patterns. We're seeing some patterns in planning that are gaps for us. Progress monitoring, we're going to continue doing that. How we progress monitor is not only do we look at our MAP scores, of course, we look at our FMP, which is the guided reading levels for students. But we also, again, are looking at what we see in classrooms, right? How well are these components being implemented? How well does the literacy strategist feel about what they're doing? Do they need more feedback? Do they need more coaching? So we're making sure to progress monitor that. Of course, our assistant superintendents are having conferences, middle of the year conferences with our principals right now, and they're looking at those scores as well. For year 2, we're already beginning to prepare for that. And what we would like to do is, again, make sure that these 4 components that we focused on, we continue, but we're going to add more components for the following year. Writing is one of the components that we're going to add that already fits to the literacy framework, and we're going to make sure that we bring in some extensive training and make sure that every teacher, again, who teaches reading also has training in writing. Planning, again, we're going to work on planning. We've got to, if you don't have a great plan for instruction, then normally your teaching doesn't go as well. And that's the one thing we are going to focus, especially kinder through 2nd. In addition, we are going to look at Tier 2 and Tier 3. So we want to supplement that. Again, we're not going to do anything different. One of the components that we have rigorously worked on is guided reading. So now we're bringing the LLI piece, which is a supplement to that, and it'll help us with Tier 2 and Tier 3. Those are for students who are struggling and need extra intervention, that's what we're going to use. Currently, our special ed teachers are using this resource for their special ed students to accelerate their reading. So again, making sure that we all have, that we're all connected, that we're all being trained, everyone, every classroom, making sure that we are focusing on our kinder through second, making sure those students have the foundational skills that they need to eventually, continue progress. And again, you'll see those results eventually in our MAP scores. Okay, any questions for me?
Joyner?
I only have one question. When we talk about every campus, does that carve out our 1882 schools that do their own reporting, or are you doing walkthroughs in those campuses as well?
We are doing every campus. We've scheduled one for every, yes, regardless. And,
That's good to hear.
because of the training we've provided now, so many of them are actually reaching out to us, and they're asking for that support. And so we're happily going in and giving them the feedback and the help that they need as well.
Thank you, Dr. Parker.
Good evening, President Murray, trustees, Dr. Ramsey, and Mr. Pounds. Dr. Parker shared how the District Service Center is working to strengthen and support Tier 1 instruction at campuses, and I want to share how we use assessment data to ensure students are receiving high-quality Tier 1 instruction, as well as additional support through Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention. We begin our process in the data room. We visually track all assessment data that are tied to our campus and board goals. This includes MAP data, FMP reading level data, and Campus Common Formative Assessment data. At a glance, you will be able to see how a student is performing at any given time on an assessment. You can see performance of students by teacher and grade level. Our data room posters and tracking systems are just the beginning of our process. Data is not purposeful unless it drives you to take action. We use our data room tracking of students to achieve progress by utilizing our campus data protocols. For each assessment we administer, we begin the process by posting the data in the data room. Then each teacher completes an assessment reflection based on those results. We start with a global look at the campus and each class, then narrow to focus on individual student needs in order to pinpoint our next steps. When analyzing our MAP data, we begin by looking at where students performed according to the national percentiles. We know that students who perform at the 60th percentile or higher are likely to meet the grade level standard expectation on STAR. We also look at growth. We look at which students had high growth and which students did not meet their growth expectation. For students who did not meet the growth expectation, we look deeper to determine what steps are needed to intervene and fill gaps. We look for trends in classrooms with high levels of growth in order to replicate those same practices in other classrooms with support from our multi-classroom leaders and literacy strategists. We have data meetings to progress monitor FMP reading levels. We begin the process by updating individual student reading levels. We look at growth of individual students, but also students who are stagnant or are not reading on grade level. We look for classroom trends and create plans of support for individual students as well as teachers. We analyze student reading records to help us understand where students are struggling. This process is critical in identifying the needs of our students. For example, as we were analyzing our middle of year FMP reading records, we began to notice a trend with students who were not progressing. Based on this information, the teacher was able to determine what she needed to add to her instruction to address the errors her students were making. Without these protocols and regular data meetings, these conversations and reflections that lead to action would not occur. When we analyze our common formative assessment data, which assesses our TEKs that have been taught, we start with our assessment reflection protocol. This is the process where we analyze the overall assessment based on our campus goals. Our goal is for 90% of our students to approach, 60% to meet, and 30% to master each assessment. We list where each student falls in each of these categories. We compare these results to their individual student goals. Next, we analyze how our students performed on each of the essential standards. We use a process to determine which standards need to be retaught to the whole class and which standards need to be retaught to just small groups of students. We list students individually under each standard, then create a reteach calendar for the standards we need to address. Before each standard is retaught, we utilize the Data-Driven Instruction, or DDI, protocol to dig deep into each standard by analyzing what students needed to know and show, creating exemplars for each question related to the standard of focus. We analyze student work samples to determine what students were able to do and what is still needed. This process guides our reteaching so that we can be more prescriptive and specific. This process of analyzing the data helps us dive deep into the assessment items and student work samples, has been invaluable in informing our reteaching and helping us create actionable steps. My assistant principal and I take an active role in all data meetings. We are fortunate to be an opportunity culture campus, so we also have multi-classroom leaders to help facilitate this process along with our teachers. Our MCLs are able to provide support for our teachers as well as support students in small groups. Our teachers are invested in these processes. It's part of our campus culture and how we do business. All of our protocols are designed to ensure that we are meeting the needs of students and supporting our teachers. Questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves.
Thank you. We appreciate your patience and understanding as we love to talk instruction and academics. And so, are there any further questions for us?
Mr. Marquez has a question.
Yes, sir.
We're on the slide where it's 47% and 41%. What part of the population is that, the 41%?
You're referring to first grade, Mr. Marcus?
Yeah, roughly 41%. In other words, you said 47%
Yes, sir.
are doing well.
Yes, sir. On slide 8,
above,
first grade, middle of the year.
41%
Yes, sir.
not.
41% met or exceeded their growth goals. What that means is we're compared to the nation as far as how fast we are growing. And so 41% of our students actually met the 50th percentile at the national level as far as exceeding their growth.
But population-wise, is it 4,000, 3,000, 2,000? Is it 47% equivalent to?
We will get that N for you of all, it's the all-student group for first graders in MISD. So we'll get that N for you, that total number of students who tested.
Okay.
We'll get you that information, Mr. Marcus. Thank you for that question. Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item
Mr. Murray.
7B.
Mr. Murray,
Oh, I'm
we need
sorry.
a motion.
We need to vote. Do I have a motion to accept the academic? Motion by Mr. Bishop, second by Mr. Davis. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye, show by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now on to item 7B. Discussion and possible action to adopt Board Policy CCGB Local concerning economic development applications and agreements for appraised value on qualified property under the Texas Economic Development Act, Chapter 313 of the Texas Tax Code.
Yes, President Murray, Board of Trustees, Dr. Ramsey. We already have a legal policy, CCGB. This is a local policy that further explains the application process for a 313 agreement. It also has what an application would cost for a project that's considered a small project, and it also sets limitations on what would be considered a large project.
We have a motion by Mr. Trischetti, second by Mr. Booker. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodds. The next item on the agenda is item 7C, discussion and possible action relating to the Young Women's Leadership Academy long-term facility plan. And we have some speakers that would like to speak to this topic. Is Miesta Wright available? Okay, great. Okay, just wanted to make sure we didn't skip anyone. Mr. Hinojosa, you have 1:15 left if you want to speak to the topic of YWLA.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to talk about was my biggest concern whether YWLA goes to the Washington campus, stays where it's at, or whatever happens, is just that the demographics of YWLA maintain the demographics of MISD as a whole. Because I was kind of bothered that the Hispanic numbers were not, I mean, it wasn't a small disparity, it was pretty wide. And I mean, we're a Hispanic school district, and I think that's important. Wherever YWLA goes, that it mirrors the demographics of the school district, and that's all I wanted to say.
I think I asked that question at the first meeting that we had at YWLA, and the answer was they had not recruited properly this year, but that was something they were going to pay close attention to this year. As far as getting back to the recruiting the right number. So I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, and I do remember that. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker we have is Mr. Isaac Garnett. Mr. Garnett, welcome to the podium.
I won't take up much of your time here. What I'm passing out before you are my actual thoughts regarding the slideshow that was given to me. Someone asked me before what were my thoughts regarding the issues that were presented in the data. And some of the obvious ones were regarding general data that was presented for the overall school district, but had very little correlation to the decisions that we were going to make regarding the STEM Academy. Some of the things that I also was concerned about are the overall data versus the subsets, again, relating to each of the schools. There's not there, or I might have missed it, but I'd like to you guys to look into that. Also, I just observed here 2 hours worth of wonderful, wonderful who, what, where, when, and why, and how thought processes when it comes to the school calendar. And all along I've been thinking, why hadn't this been done with the academy? There were some real critical questions that were presented and challenged, and that was great. But we're missing out because we're not asking ourselves, what if? And that's what you were doing with the school calendar. What if? What is the impact of this? What is the impact of that? I don't believe we've done that with this regard to this decision-making process. We got a lot of gaps in here. And I'm just going to say this and go on. One of the data sets that was pulled was the data for, someone said the Hispanic demographics. When I looked at it, I think it was 42 Caucasian, 40 for the YW, 42 Caucasian, 42 Hispanic, and then the other demographic groups. I know they're going to work on it. It's going to be good. I'm not concerned about that. That will improve. This is the first year. What I'm concerned about is, again, how we're gauging. We said in this data there's 2,700 permits, housing permits. And I can tell you for a fact that the city of Midland issued 849 single-family permits in 2021. That means around 1,700 of those units are multifamily. So you should be looking at where the multifamily houses are being built and how that relates to the schools overall, and how that's going to impact not only STEM, but YFL and all the others. But the data is just broad. That's what I'm saying. All this data you're giving me, I can understand it, I can make sense of it, but I can't show the correlation to what impact when you move these kids from here and displace these other children. How is that going to impact? I think Mr. Martinez mentioned an international decision based upon a short-term gain or something like that. I quote some things from the newspaper that I heard. We can't do that, folks. We have to be, not only consider ourselves long-term, but my final point is, I first mentioned, let's table this issue to June. I think it can be resolved by spring break. And I'll be more than willing to help anybody come up with a very rational and practical solution. Off the top of my head, I think what someone already said, the kids should be moved over there and join forces with the kids that are already existing there. Because I think one of the failures we made, and I'm gonna get off of here, was someone said in the paper that they didn't anticipate a $12 million tag when they made the decision. Well, that's what we're trying to avoid now, is additional expenses that we didn't anticipate because we didn't do our homework right. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Carol Rivera, and she would like to speak about YWLA also. Welcome, Ms. Rivera.
Thank you. I live in District 4, the Sam Houston boundary, and my 2 children attend Washington STEM Academy. I would like to thank Ms. Spencer and Dr. Ramsey for helping me gain a better understanding of how we arrived at this point. I would also like to thank the members of the board who responded to my email and had a discussion with me. There is money available in the budget to pay for option 1, but option 1 leaves a permanent home for YWLA a future challenge for the district to resolve. Option 2 solves the challenge of a permanent home for YWLA, but compounds problems the district is currently facing: transfers of students and elementary boundaries. Washington parents have been told that our children will be given the priority at other choice schools and priority transfers to currently underutilized schools. Right now, on Apply Midland, there is a note: if you are zoned Sam Houston, Idea Travis, or Ben Milam, contact Student Services for application support. These students are also being given priority. Most parents want their children to go to a choice school or a new school or a higher rated school. MISD cannot prioritize everyone. The elementary boundaries we have are a mess. They need to be addressed. My children do not have a neighborhood school, which is why a choice school gives them security for their elementary education. Not having to apply for a transfer every year and wonder if my children will get into the same school is a huge relief, since we don't have access to a neighborhood school. And as I understand it, neighborhood kids have the first priority. Then any remaining spots are available for transfers. If I choose to transfer my children to a school that is near utilization capacity, will my children be forced to change as the neighborhood attendance increases and transfer requests are denied? Redrawing the boundaries and eliminating extra transfers to overutilized schools will impact students all over the district, especially those who do not have a neighborhood school. If option 2 is selected tonight, children like mine will be impacted for a second time when the boundaries are revised. Sending the Washington students into the current system will compound the problems that the district currently does not have a plan to resolve. Keeping YWA where they are is not ideal, but it will allow MISD the time to address the boundary issues, eliminate excessive transfers to overutilized schools, and balance the students across the district. Then move YWLA. This will create a more stable elementary system to absorb the Washington students, if that is the decision in the future. A wise person once told me, there's no right way to do something wrong. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Rivera.
I was able to, after our conversation, get some answers to several of your questions that you did bring up, which are very legitimate. One of them being that if your child chose to go, for instance, to De Zavala,
Right.
those neighborhood kids decide they also want to go to De Zavala. Now you're a transfer student and you can be denied that transfer.
Right.
How would that be addressed? And the response that I got from the administration was that they would be allowed to remain at the campus as selected as long as they maintain their grades, attend school as required, and exhibit appropriate behavior. I know that that's not a guarantee.
So I have a kindergartner. Is that guaranteed for the next 6 years of her elementary education? Or is that just for the next few until the next problem arises?
I would assume, based on this answer, that it would be as long as these criteria are met. Dr. Ramsey, is that true?
We can provide that information. Because it's public forum.
Right.
We definitely can't get into the back and forth, but
Okay.
any additional questions, just email me and Mrs. Spencer, and we will get that to you.
Thank you.
And
You're welcome.
Just generally speaking, you brought a lot to my attention, and I have a whole email and list that I went to the
I only had 3
administration.
minutes, and I didn't have enough to all of my issues and questions that I had.
But I
so
do just appreciate your input, and
thank
we are taking it into consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next speaker is Denise Maum, and she has requested to speak about Washington also. Welcome, Mrs. Maum.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. I would like to just express concerns in regards to a couple of things. My primary concern is I'm here advocating on behalf of Bunch Elementary. I'm also here as a concerned taxpayer because it's been my understanding that for the last good part of the school year, if not more than this school year, that Washington has functioned at below capacity, far below capacity, at a 60% capacity, which concerns me greatly when, on an ongoing basis, Bunch is asked to take in students that are being transferred from Washington and other schools, and we're at over 100% capacity with several portables. I would simply like to say this. I would like to see, if Washington is kept as Washington STEM, that there is a strong impetus, there's a strong expectation that school will be kept at a maximum or near maximum capacity, that when students are dropped out for whatever reason, that new students are recruited to fill in those spots. I would strongly recommend that if this means that we change the makeup of Washington to where it's not a 30% school, that maybe we do look at a 50% neighborhood school. Whatever it takes to maximize how that campus is being utilized. If there's a problem recruiting students to that campus, then we need to look at what's being offered and how it's being offered, and see that it's being offered in a way that it's a popular, well-received place to go. Perhaps I have nothing against the Young Women's Leadership Academy. Sometimes you have to press pause in your plan to make sure that you are proceeding in the best way possible. Perhaps this is the year to press pause. Maybe we don't add additional grades to who's being served. I know that's not ideal, but maybe it's time to press pause and see what the best option is for that. And then lastly, I'd just like for you to please look at rezoning again, whether Washington is kept as is, whether it's changed and moved over or given to YWLA. Please look at rezoning. Again, let me tell you, Bunch is at 863 right now. We're predicted to be 800 and over 900 next year, and we're being told that we'll be given 2 life special education classes. We need help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Ramona Ball, and she also would like to speak about Washington Elementary. Welcome, Mrs. Ball.
Good evening to Dr. Ramsey and the board. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this subject. It's something dear to my heart. I have always prided myself on saying that I am a native Midlander and that I'm from the south side of Midland. I grew up on the south side of Midland, attended Washington Elementary, Bunch Elementary, and Carver Junior Senior High School, and graduated from there. Was appalled when I came back home after my first year of college to find that my school would be closed the next year. I'm referring to Carver. I've looked at, over the years, the transitions and the changes that have gone through and over in my area of town. A lot of times there was a lot of give and take, but a lot of times there was a lot of disappointments. I feel like we got the low end of the stick in a lot of situations. And when I heard about what was happening with Washington, it was after the fact, after the December meeting, and my son told me about it. He also attended Washington Elementary, I'm proud to say. And he knew that this would be something that I would definitely be interested in, and I am. I'm here today to let you know that the neighborhood school is an area of pride in our community, in any community. And I would hate to see Washington Elementary closed. It was the first school there as an elementary school, and we want to see it stay there. I do, particularly. I want to see it grow, and I'm really pleased to hear those last 2 ladies speak, because these are some of the things that I had questions about also. Why Washington doesn't have the capacity, the number of students that they need, the enrollment, what's going on? Is something falling through the crack? Instead of talking about closing it and moving something else in there, let's see what we can do to improve it. Let's work on that. I just feel like Mr. Garnett, there's some things that need to be sit down and discussed a little bit further. I wish that this board would give us the opportunity to do that before any changes have been made. And then more than anything, I saw on your option 2 to rename, that it be renamed, and I feel like that should never be an option, that no other words, letters, or anything should go before Booker T. Washington If there's going to be a name change, if it ever comes to that, let it be like you had it on the first one, the Booker T. Washington STEM Academy, or however you might need to do it, but never, ever let that name go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ball. Mrs. Spencer?
Good evening, President Murray, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ramsey, and Mr. Pounds. Tonight in your packet, you have an abbreviated version of the presentation that has been shared in the December board meeting as well as the December community meeting. On the first slide, the timeline of events highlights specific dates related to tonight's agenda and details subsequent board and community meetings. You'll note on the second slide with the timeline of events, the addition of January 5th and January 12th. The Board Facilities Committee met on both of these dates to discuss options 1 and 2 and the feasibility of a third option, which considered both the elementary STEM program and YWLA sharing the Booker T. Washington facility. The majority of the January 12th meeting was spent discussing option 3, and the option 3 considerations are included in tonight's packet for the board and the public. The committee unanimously agreed that option 3 was not in the best interest of either program and did not move the option forward for the board's discussion or decision tonight. For purposes of tonight's meeting, there are 2 options to consider. Option 1, YWLA remains at its current location for the 22-23 school year, and additional customized portable buildings are purchased or leased by the district. Option 2, YWLA transitions to the Booker T. Washington STEM Academy campus at the start of the 22-23 school year, and the campus is renamed Young Women's Leadership Academy at Booker T. Washington. As a reminder, this image on this slide reflects the plan that was developed and intended to be implemented in phases as a temporary facility solution. There are currently 4 customized portable buildings on site, with 3 additional buildings required for build-out or school expansion. In spring of 2021, quotes were provided for the 2 customized portables necessary for the expansion through grade 10. It is anticipated that the space required for 11th and 12th graders, as designated on this slide, would be a replication of the instructional space planned for 9th and 10th grade, so we can assume some cost and some similarity in cost. It is estimated that the 2 portables necessary for the 22-23 school year, as well as the necessary parking, would cost approximately $4 million. This does not include cost associated with the expansion to 11th and 12th grades, which will bring estimated project costs for the total build-out to more than $6 million. Option 2, previous presentations included specific information about additional brick and mortar options given thorough consideration. Those campuses are noted on the slide: Carver Center, Henderson Elementary, Jones Elementary, Rusk Elementary, Santa Rita Elementary, South Elementary, and Washington STEM Academy. And just for purposes, as a reminder in this presentation, this table provides insight into the factors that were considered when determining whether or not the existing facilities would be a viable long-term option for YWLA. So with all factors considered, Booker T. Washington is considered the most viable long-term existing facility option for YWLA should the board approve option 2. So in summary, the 22-23 facility options for YWLA include additional portable buildings at the current site or transitioning to an existing MISD facility. The most viable existing facility option is Booker T. Washington because the facility has the necessary classroom and lab space with minimal renovation required. The site has the land area necessary to create parking for secondary students. The campus is not a zoned elementary campus, and the campus is currently the most underutilized facility in MISD. Again, tonight, the most important factor in making this decision as to whether or not the young women of YWLA should transfer to the Booker T. Washington facility is the impact to students currently attending Washington STEM Academy. This slide indicates the home campus of each student by their 22-23 grade level. At the time this data was compiled, there were 316 students currently attending Washington STEM Academy that were attending. As of Friday, there are 331 students currently attending Washington STEM Academy, 33 of which are sixth graders, meaning 298 pre-K through fifth graders would attend another MISD school in the 22-23 school year if option 2 is approved tonight. I would like to remind trustees that should the facility transition to Young Women's Leadership Academy at Booker T. Washington, currently enrolled students will be presented with multiple options that will be discussed in greater detail in future meetings with students and their families, and those options are outlined in this slide. Return to their home campus, the impact was provided in the previous slide. Priority to YWLA for current 5th and 6th grade young women. Priority to San Jacinto for current 5th and 6th grade young men and women. Priority to STEAM academies for all K through 5th. And priority to Ps based on available seats. And of course, students may apply for a transfer to attend another MISD campus. Questions? Would you go back to the options to consider slide? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start on this side this time. Mr. Booker, questions? Mr. Marquez?
I do have a question. I was gonna ask council, is it possible to go into closed session to review this information that was given here and then prior to making a vote? Sorry.
Are you referencing the information that was provided by Mr. Garnett?
Mm-hmm. I had full time to review it.
That's not an item that we could discuss in closed session, no.
Okay.
You want to go in closed session for Mr. Garnett's information?
Review this. Okay. After reviewing except for actually having time to digest that well, but after reviewing all the data that's been given, in the meetings we've had, in order to move forward in Midland, and I think we were talking about it earlier with the calendar, appreciate the comment about how long that took, and I think we took double the time with Young Women's Leadership Academy and this subject, but in order to move forward in Midland, eventually, in Midland, we have to make a decision as to what needs to change. And I know that every school, every square inch of every school, somebody has ownership to it. I have no doubt in my mind that that's the case. I can recall as a child, when I went through desegregation, through the school I went to, as a kindergartner, no longer there. I can remember when, this is probably not adding to the subject, but I can remember when I was shaking as a kid because I spoke Spanish, but they wanted me to learn English. I remember that school. I remember where it's at. It's not there anymore. It's been torn down, but I remember the elementary I went to. So all of us have a connection to a building as to where we grew up and obviously where our education started, our roots exist. I don't live in the town that, in the area that I grew up, Pecos, Texas, but decision-making, you know, it's about the future. You know, I can't change the past, but my objective is to try to help better the future. And my decision-making here on the Board of Trustees has always been as to how better I make the future. So, as difficult as some of the choices and situations there has been, it's always been about how we're going to better the students. You know, and when we talk about the academic data and the student outcomes and so forth, and we talk about the amount of kids that need help and how many are not progressing and so forth, well, all that data, all of it, has no building associated to it. So when you look, when the state of Texas does give, eventually it gives a grade to A school, but holistically, when we look at the data, we don't see the, you know, we're not talking about this academy, that academy, this school, and that, you know, we're not, I think when you heard earlier about the academic update, it's about students, it's about kids, it's about teachers, it's about methods, and, you know, I'm saying that because I want you to honestly know that's what I'm thinking of. You know, I understand what history has done, and like I said, I recall back when I was a kid as to where I went. But I can tell you that from when I was a kid, it's not who I am today. You know, you're talking to a person here that was rejected from Midland High School because I lived in poverty. That doesn't define me today. You know, I hold no ill will against the school. I hold no ill will against the district. I'm here as a trustee. I've come back to try to help. I've served in the military. So I say that because I don't want people to think that if I make a decision, it's about something personal in a sense. It's about the education of our children and how do we move forward. So with that said, you know, I will vote for option 2 as been presented by the district.
Mr. Criscetti?
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
You said that Washington isn't currently zoned an elementary school. How is it zoned?
It's a magnet school. So
Oh,
it does
you
not.
didn't mean like, I was thinking, in my head, it was somehow
No.
traffic, or that was
No.
some sort of infrastructure.
It's not
zoning.
bound. It's not bound for an attendance boundary
Okay,
zone.
thank you for that, Claire. I
Yes.
was confused. Okay. When we talk about options for parents, which is a question I get, and full disclosure again, I'm a Washington parent, so I'm in pickup line. People ask me questions, which I don't blame them. One of the questions, and Ms. Rivera spoke to it briefly in her comments, is Washington is currently the STEM elementary. Option D on that list says that we will have priority, that parents will have priority to put their kid in the STEM elementary. But have we identified what that is? I mean, do we know what that looks like beyond? How do we know what to apply to when that option isn't presented yet to the parents?
So great question. Yes, there's been a great deal of behind-the-scenes work preparing for either decision that is made tonight by the Board of Trustees. We do understand that STEM programming is important to some families within our school district, and so 2 elementary schools have been identified, one on the northwest side and one on the southeast side, in which STEM programming would be provided should the board choose to move forward with option 2.
Okay. I mean, we've, a lot of information in the last couple months, so I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there are other questions, but, for me, this isn't about Washington or YWLA. They just are the ones that are kind of caught in the crosshairs, which is really about a planning and infrastructure and best use of facilities, and certainly, zoning and the lines. We have campuses, elementary campuses that are over 100% capacity. Ms. Malm spoke about Bunch. It's the neighborhood school. I mean, you could throw a rock on a windy day from Washington and hit Bunch. And so is there a way to relieve some of that pressure and better utilize Washington as an elementary and help alleviate some of the pressure at Bunch? I mean, it's not just one question about, does YWLA go to Washington? I mean, it is a multi-layered onion. And so I hope the YWLA community knows I am a huge fan of YWLA, and certainly I'm invested in Washington as well. I hate that we keep getting into positions as a district where we're having to choose between bad and worse options. And that's not any one thing. It's time, it's budgets, it's a bond fail, it's student growth, it's any number of things. While Washington is a better option for YWLA than what they are currently in, I don't know that it's the best option for YWLA and those students, those leaders. And so, a very difficult vote and decision ahead of us, but just want the community to know and the staff to know that, we take it serious and we appreciate all the work that y'all have put in.
Thank you.
Joyner?
Thank you, President Murray. First, let me just say thank you to Kelly, Ms. Spencer, and Dr. Ramsey. You guys have poured your heart and soul into providing the board with the most accurate depiction of where we sit. And it has been long and hard, and it has certainly been the thing since I've joined the board that has been the most difficult for me as a board member to decipher. Honestly, it has depended on the hour today where I stand and which parent is in front of me and who's asking my opinion. I don't have a ton of questions because you've answered so many of them for me, and I just appreciate that ahead of time. I have written down a long list of things that I'm grappling with as a board member that I just want to say to the community so you understand what my decision-making matrix looked like, the things that were important to me when considering this. Initially, when we tasked Ms. Spencer with looking at a demographic study, I honestly was frustrated because I felt like the demographic study was going to tell us some of the information that we already knew, having lived here my entire life. And it basically told us what we already knew, which is that we do have overcrowded elementary schools. The boundaries are not clearly weighted appropriately at this stage. There are obvious reasons why Washington is underutilized, and I hear the community when they say that there's the opportunity to better utilize Washington, that we haven't put focus on that because it hasn't, like Mr. Trischetti said, been in the crosshairs until now. I will say that during this process, initially looking at the information, it makes a lot of sense to move young women's to Washington for all the various reasons we've discussed: footprint, underutilization, and cost. I've heard also a lot from the community about pausing and reflecting and figuring out, yes, indeed, we do want to find a home for young women's, but maybe Washington, as Trischetti said, is not the right fit at the right time. When I hear that discussion, The thing that comes into my mind is that we will be taking a pause, which is acceptable to argue, and we have $3 million. I think I was asking Mr. Dodds before the meeting started. We have the dollars allocated and budgeted to move into this next phase. We've also already spent $7 million where we are currently. So it's a $4 million pause versus we're looking at about $850,000 to renovate Washington to fit the needs of those students. I've often said that the most expensive option doesn't make it the worst option either. We have to take into consideration so many different perspectives. And when I grapple with it, I think about it logically, it makes sense to move Young Women's there. When I think about it emotionally, as a parent of 2 young daughters, I see the value in leaving them at their current location, but with the expectation that I would continue to advocate for, continue to look for the way that we can find a home for those girls so that we don't create an environment where we're pitting the community against each other to try and say, but this makes financial sense, we just need to move on and make a decision. I've also had the thought that if we go ahead and do it, then we've at least taken an action. By voting for option 1, we've essentially taken no action. So in some regards, I'm not saying that that is entirely true, but we are going to need a new elementary school at some point. We know that based on the demographic study. So I also grapple with closing an elementary school, knowing that we are going to need that capacity. Rezoning is a major issue. We've discussed all of the challenges with it. Just to give you an idea, Bunch is the home campus that the majority of our students at Washington, I think based on the
56.
Yeah, 56 kids. Right now, currently at Bunch, as of today, we have 196 transfer students attending Bunch. Well, there's not room for these kids to go back to Bunch because we have 196 kids that are attending that aren't zoned to that school. It's really put a lens on a lot of the issues that we're having across the board. The Long-Term Facilities Committee has not finished its work. They have already emphasized that they see a need for a new elementary school down the road. Transfers are a mess. We have overcrowding at Bunch. Getting Washington capacity. I think if we were to go with option 1, to Mr. Galindo's point, the amount of support that was there to keep Washington open, are we going to still see those families? My challenge would be coming to support Washington and building it back up to its full potential. That's what I would hope we would see. The spirit and the way and the why of how Washington was established, I also think cannot go unnoticed and underappreciated. I understand that it is a magnet. It's not technically a neighborhood school, but I also understand that it holds very high significance for a lot of our community. My other question, Kelly, is if we did not add 6th grade to YWLA this coming year, we remained with the student population that we have now, we would still be required to make the $3.5 million investment because of the curriculum needed at the 10th grade level. Is that correct? Or would not adding 6th grade affect that number?
They will still, in order for chemistry to be offered in 10th grade, we do need to provide a chemistry lab. I am not able to speak to whether or not that pausing for 6th grade would be an option under the contract.
Okay.
So I certainly would look to my experts in the audience to provide you information into that. Obviously, they are advertising currently for 6th grade, as well as all other grade levels where spots are available.
If we did not offer chemistry, which it sounds to me like that's a deal breaker, we have to, is that Is there a possibility to not offer chemistry and cut our cost if we're looking at this as a pause?
So the course of study essentially could be altered, where 10th grade would not have to be chemistry. Again, I would defer to the academic experts regarding that impact to the course of study. It does not negate the fact that we would need additional capacity or additional space for the potential additional 100 sixth graders that would be coming, as well as the additional students to fill the available spots.
That weighs heavily on my decision because we have $3 million allocated, but you mentioned that we have $6 million to go if we were to remain there permanently, which my hope would be that it would not be the direction of the board.
To build out for next year and the following year, yes.
It would be total of $6 million.
In addition to what's already been spent,
We
yes.
would need to be able to find additional dollars that have not been budgeted. Is that correct, Mr.?
We would need to include the additional money in next year's budget because that would happen during the following budget year.
Right. We would have to allocate it,
Right.
but we would have to go out and, it would have to come from somewhere is my point. Right now, we have $3 million allocated. or
For this
3.5.
year's budget.
For this, yes.
And then for next year's budget, it
And
would have
that's
to be
to add
allocated.
10th grade, not 11th.
So this is to make sure that we have space for 9th and 10th.
Right.
And then the following year is for 11th and 12th. Even though we would not yet be to 12th grade, but it would then be the build out for the entire 6th through 12 campus.
And should we move forward with option 1, you and I have discussed, but just for everyone else's knowledge, and we were able to find which would be an effort that I would never stop pursuing, a permanent home for these kids, these women, future leaders, we would be able to utilize our investment that we have made there on the Jones campus for other purposes. It doesn't have to only be for young women's. If we eventually found another facility or built one or it passed in a bond or who knows.
That is a possibility, yes. There are no plans for that currently, but yes, you use the word
It would not go
eventually.
unused.
The other option that would exist, as you know, currently, the 2 buildings that were brought in for, well, a year ago now are being leased. So we certainly would have the option to send them back.
Or
that in that way, we would not have to worry about the utilization of the space.
Okay. I have to be honest. The price tag is a big piece for me, but we've also already spent $7 million where we are. It's not ideal, but there are many of our facilities within MISD that are functioning with not ideal campus structures. I value both groups deeply, and I appreciate the time. I'm going to listen. Thank you.
Mr. Murray, can I ask a clarifying question before we move on?
Sure.
I think there was a question posed about if you remove the science lab. In essence, that would remove the STEM part greatly from the academy, wouldn't it?
So in the portable buildings, it would be a consideration of changing the course of study where chemistry would not be provided until 11th grade, which is not ideal, but in response to the question that was asked, that is an option that could be considered. When chemistry is provided, the science lab is necessary.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Ms. Spencer, I join with others in thanking you for all the hard work and the effort that you put into it, your staff, and Dr. Ramsey as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regarding this matter, even if the decision of where to locate Young Women's Leadership Academy were not before us this evening, the question of whether we should continue Washington Elementary STEM Academy is a question that should still be asked. And it should still be asked for the following reasons. We are only utilizing 49% of its capacity to serve students, making it the most underutilized campus in MISD. That low utilization rate is not a failure of the district to properly draw school boundaries for this particular school to better utilize its available capacity. That is because the school has no school boundaries, and so no students are assigned to attend it. Instead, the school is populated only with students who choose to go there. In other words, this school is being utilized at less than 50% of its capacity because not enough students are choosing to attend it. And that includes, importantly so, and that includes the students who reside closest to it. Of the approximately 300 students who live nearest to the Washington campus, only 56 have chosen to attend there, which equates to about 18% of those that are eligible to apply. Meaning that the remaining 82% who live closest to Washington are not choosing to attend there. The most common reason for not choosing Washington is certainly an easy one to understand. It is because the last 2 times it received an academic rating, it was rated as an F campus. And unfortunately, we don't have to just look to 2 years ago. Last spring's student test scores for that campus show more of the same. In fact, it is a testament to the hardworking teachers and staff at Washington Elementary who care for those students that some parents have gone forward and expressed a preference to continue to go there even though it is an underperforming academic campus. Meanwhile, the Young Women's Leadership Academy has been performing at a high academic level. And we're at a crossroads to determine whether we should spend $3.8 million on portable buildings at Jones Elementary campus next year to accommodate YLA's 10th grade students, 9th and 10th grade students, and then spend half again that much in the next 2 years to accommodate their 11th and 12th grade students, all while having them continue to operate out of portable buildings. Or should YWLA be relocated to an underutilized and under-academically performing campus? A campus that also has 2 functional benefits. One, it already has a sufficient number of classrooms of sufficient size to accommodate high school students. And 2, it already has the science labs of the required size for high school students. For those financial reasons, building utilization reasons, and academic reasons, I believe it makes the most sense to locate YWLA to the Washington campus and have it become the Young Women's Leadership Academy at Booker T. Washington. For those that allege that by locating YWLA on the Washington campus, we would be taking another neighborhood campus from the east or south side communities, this district cannot take what was already given away more than 20 years ago. By that I mean a little more than 20 years ago, Washington did serve as a neighborhood school with students living closest to it assigned to attend it. However, the east and south side communities complain that populating it and other schools in the area with only students who live nearest them resulted in having less white students on those campuses, including Washington, than the district's average on its other campuses. Consequently, the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice obtained federal court approval whereby Washington would no longer be a neighborhood school with neighborhood students assigned to attend it, but instead would become a magnet school in order to bring a more diverse student population to that campus and to that area. In other words, locating the high academic performing and ethnically diverse YWLA program to the Washington campus would not violate the intent or spirit of that agreement. It would be entirely consistent with it. But that would not be the only benefit to those communities. As we have learned from the input we have received regarding this matter, YWLA's current location in the southwest part of town, across town for these communities, has served as a geographic deterrent to some located in the East and South communities from even seeking to go to YWLA. Consequently, there is reason to believe that locating YWLA to Washington will increase the number of students who reside in those communities who seek to attend YWLA, and in doing so, provide a closer to home both junior high and senior high school option than they are currently afforded. And there are certainly good reasons for the East and South communities to embrace YWLA's relocation to Booker T. Washington's campus and adopt it as their neighborhood school. For example, during this process, we have heard from a number of women leaders from these communities. Such leaders have good reason to support YWLA's objective to equip female students, particularly those from economically disadvantaged households, with the academic and leadership skills to achieve success in college and in life. In coming to this conclusion about what makes the most sense to me, I am mindful of the potential impact that a change in campus can have on the existing students at Washington. Contrary to what has been alleged by some, my views on that matter do not mean that I do not care about it. I do. The issue is, however, is giving a finite number of puzzle pieces. How do we make them fit as best we can and not kick this can down the road? I believe the capacity, financial, and academic performance pieces best fit together by locating YWLA on the Washington campus. And if a current Washington student's ability to possibly attend a higher academic performing campus is important, as I believe it is, there is another reason to support the relocation of YWLA to Washington campus. By that I mean, if you examine the options that will be afforded the Washington students, they include returning to home campus. A review of the current students there shows that at least 50% of the current students at Washington, if they were to return to their home campus, would go to a higher academically performing campus than they currently are at now. For those for those female students, those 5th and 6th grade female students at Washington that want to attend YWLA as 6th graders or 7th graders, it would be an opportunity for those female students to attend a much higher academically performing campus. For those students that want to choose the San Jacinto option, be given priority for that as well, for 5th and 6th grade females, or for male and female students at San Jacinto that want to begin the transition to junior high now rather than delay it, then they would have the option, a priority option, to attend a higher academically performing campus. And of the 2 elementary campuses, which if option 2 is voted successfully tonight and is the option chosen by a majority of the board, then one of the 2 academic campuses would be a higher performing academic campus than Washington is currently, and the other would be the same. And there would also be opportunities to apply for transfers to other campuses in MIS district that are not overpopulated, that have a higher academic performance level. So for all those reasons, including the possibility of increased attendance by Washington students at a higher performing academic performance, and I hope that all of our campuses will receive the benefit of all the hard work that's undergoing. But if they're starting with a leg up, that and all the reasons I mentioned are the reasons why I believe option 2 makes the most sense at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. A couple years ago when it first come to the board about starting Young Women's Leadership Academy, let me back up first to say, Ms. Spencer, I appreciate you and your staff working on putting all this together. I know there's a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of head scratching that took place and then outside help that you all asked to help come in and put this together. I appreciate that, and Dr. Ramsey as well. And being a part of the board back when Young Women's Leadership Academy first came to us and was presented to us with previous administration, it's nothing that I had against Young Women's Leadership Academy, and I still don't have anything against Young Women's Leadership Academy. And I was the lone vote against Young Women's Leadership Academy at the time because of the fact there wasn't a plan. There wasn't a plan because things were based on if the bond did pass, and if the bond did pass, there still wasn't a plan because there had to be construction take place. And then during the process of construction taking place, it was going to be beyond the time, and we still didn't have a place to put Young Women's Leadership Academy at that time. And now that the bond didn't pass, we were still looking for a place to put Young Women's Leadership Academy, which the place we have them now is at the Jones Elementary campus. And I still support Young Women's Leadership Academy. They've done a fantastic job academically in preparing our young women for the future. I still support that going forward. But however, I'm on the facilities committee, as well as Mr. Davis and as well as Mr. Booker. You know, and after the committee meetings and after the listen to the community, all the concerns that was raised tonight by our community and this evening, and all the information that I've been presented, I'm in favor of the board moving forward with option one. As a member of the facilities committee, with my support in a majority of the committee, I now recommend that the approval of option one. I move to approve option one, which provides Young Women's Leadership Academy to remain at the current location for the 22-23 school year, and then additional customizable portables be purchased or leased by the district.
We have a motion by Mr. Mr. Bishop, a second by Mr. Booker. I would like to take just a second to, again, address my opinion, because first, let me say, Ms. Spencer, thank you, and for many, many hours. And I know your staff and you and Dr. Ramsey have bent these numbers backwards and forwards and looked all through it. And I agree with what Ms. Joyner said, that this is not an easy decision. And in my mind, it's gone back and forth about how we address this. Mr. Davis is so well-spoken, and I cannot put one bullet hole in his argument. There's not anything you can disagree with, because it's 100% factual, and it's easy to go down that path. The one question that keeps coming back into my mind, and I think Mr. Trischetti alludes to this, is we have this long-term strategic facility team. They're working, and is the board going to get ahead of them by making this decision tonight to move to Booker T. Washington? And so it's been very difficult to go down that path and try to think, because I agree with what Mr. Trischetti said, and he said in the past, is that so many times we make hard decisions harder because we get ahead of the curve in the way we act. I listened tonight to Mr. Adami and Mr. Garnett, and I appreciate you speaking with civility and the way you come across. And I would echo what Ms. Joyner said, in the fact that if we are going to leave Booker T. Washington as it is, we have to have support to get kids in those seats. We have to have the community buy in to support that school and to be there for it, not just one time a year when something like this comes up. Because as I said, Mr. Davis, his argument is 100% bulletproof. But we have, as a staff, as a board, as myself, we have to make Washington successful. Because the end of the day, TEA is going to come in, if we don't change the academic outcomes and make the decision for us, even if we go with option 1 tonight, and they're going to come in and say, that campus is unacceptable and you're going to have to make changes, and then we're going to be what happened at Crockett and where we are at Franks right now. And so this takes an entire community to buy into the fact that we have to make Washington work. I think we can do that. I think I'm going to put my support tonight behind the committee, and I'm going to say we are going to push to the strategic committee, planning committee, to come up with a plan for what our next phase will be. How are we going to address the elementary growth on the north side? As Ms. Malm said tonight, how do we address overcrowding at Bunch? I think Ms. Joyner recognized that there's 190 transfers at Bunch that need to be corrected. And those are all things that we have to fix. And so I'm going to stand by the advice that Mr. Garnett said tonight, is that we need to address some issues before we make major changes. And so with that, I will be supporting the motion. So we have a motion and Ms. Joyner.
Rick, I agree. It's extremely convincing. I've been convinced many times over of moving. My question is, if we close Washington, the lingering issue in my head is the idea that we'll need an additional elementary school down the road based on our demographic study. And it seems as though you've kind of already worked through that in your head, and I just wanted to understand how you would feel about that question.
Well, the answer to that question would be, I asked when we got the demographic study, I asked Dr. Ramsey and Ms. Spencer about why are we only recommending boundary changes for Yarborough Elementary and Henderson. If we have overcrowding situations at other campuses, why aren't we taking the advantage of this demographic study and this timing to address the overcrowding problems that exist at the other campuses? And I was assured that the timing was not right for that, and that the overcrowding problem could be addressed by not granting as many transfers or any transfers to overcrowded campuses, and that some of the overcrowded campus situations exist as a result of locating certain programs at those campuses that don't have to be located at the campuses and could be relocated to campuses with excess capacity. And so I take them at their word. And so I believe that the capacity issues can be addressed over the next year or two. And I'm uncomfortable with the idea that we're going to figure all this out once the Long Range Planning Committee meets, and then some bond committee meets, and then they propose it whenever they propose it, and then we build it whenever we're going to build it. And that's 3 or 4 years down the road at the earliest under what my crystal ball says. So for those reasons, I believe the overcrowding are legitimate concerns, but I'm assured by those who know best that they can be addressed and that don't necessarily need a bond issue to do it, although I am all in favor of a bond issue to build additional elementary, particularly to serve what I will call those Northwest 349 corridor students. I think they deserve an opportunity to have a neighborhood school of their own. We can give back Franks to that neighborhood and have those students from that neighborhood attend. I'm all for it. But as a practical matter, I think that's 3 or 4 years down the road.
I still got a comment. President Murray.
And may I ask Dr. Ramsey for your input as we've walked through this? What are your thoughts? I know you don't get a vote. I just...
Can I add my comment then that you... So when we step back for a second and we go back the 20 to 25 years, And the Hispanic community has been asking for that extra elementary in the south side. And you're going to see that there's this corridor that's been built on the north side of town, because obviously there's plenty of people to put up money for new neighborhoods. And you're going to see, I brought it up now for the time I've been up on the board, and the facility committee still has not taken action on what I've asked, in the sense, because on the south of the interstate, we have enough students to build 3 elementaries. So we're hauling students across the interstate, miles and miles and miles, when there's enough students there to go ahead and build 3 elementaries. And there was enough students to build a 1 elementary a long time ago. But yet no consideration. Now, could it be that for the fact that, we have mobile homes on the south side? Not sure, but yet no consideration. And we're going to go through this planning committee. I won't be here on the board forever, but as the evolution of MISD continues, you're going to see that there'll be proposals, and yet we'll see no elementary across that interstate. Those students will be dragged across that interstate, and when you go back and look at the data about how much time a student is on the bus and all that business, you're going to say, yeah, why don't we build them? Why don't we build them in neighborhood school? Why bring them 7 miles into town, and why not? But I bring that up at this point because we've been suggesting that since the late 90s. Now, obviously, when you walk around with a sticker in your foot, in your shoe, it tends to bother you over the years, but it shouldn't be what dominates you as you move forward. So, all I can do is bring the information forward, address my colleagues, the superintendents that have been here, bring the information and see if eventually we can get something done. But Mr. Davis brought up the fact that there's this school up in the north that they should deserve a school, elementary school. Well, I'm in agreement. They probably deserve an elementary school. But when you're referring to an established neighborhood and population, if you want to kind of just put that criteria, then your vision should be somewhere else. It should be to the neighborhoods that were already formed. So the fact that there's no consideration for expanding education south of the interstate, like Mr. Davis said, it's going to take some time, right? We're going to have to run through the bond committee. Midland's growing. Those seats, the outer schools they're having to bring kids, drag them on the buses, move them here, move them there. And the fact of the matter is that we have to continue to do that till, obviously, the facility committee comes up with a plan. The long-term committee comes up with a plan, and then eventually it's taken to the voters, and there's a bond pass, and then we can move forward with infrastructure. But I can assure you that some of the fight that's been going on to educate our citizens about what's going on continues in a sense, but there's no we just can't get there. Because I can remember about back in the late 90s and early 2000s about the two academies. And I remember there was a discussion that they said, yeah, let's put both of them on the east side. And back then I said, well, why'd you want to do that for? Why do you want to put the STEM Academy over there? You're displacing the children. Only the east side gets a displacement of children. Later down the road, I said, later down the road, you know, when the law changes, the funding changes, all that, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You've displaced those kids for so many years that they didn't get to grow up in their neighborhood schools. We should have displaced the school on the north side, and we should have displaced and taken one on the east side. Same displacement. But once again, through discussion and collaboration, it was eventually decided that we take the two schools on the east side. So the proposal back then was that if we took the two schools on the east side, there was a presentation, I remember very well, there was a presentation that said it was going to cut down the busing by X amount of students. The first thing the school district had to do the following year was buy, 20 buses or 30 buses. There was more busing going on because we were going to return to neighborhood schools. It was going to cost less busing, less students, less amount of time in the morning, in the evening. And then it didn't happen. We ended up, the school district ended up buying a whole bunch of buses so we could bus more students. But I bring that up to you now so you'll know that you know, as we're picking and choosing here, because all we're doing is what I'm hearing here is that we're just going to kick the can down the road. You know, when the Crockett situation came up, those options weren't good either. And supposedly the world was going to come to an end if we did the decision. And look at Crockett now. Look at the rest of the community. No, the world ain't coming in. There was improvement. There was improvement. We didn't kick the can down the road because TEA did not allow us anymore to do it. And I, for one, didn't want to turn the school over to some conservator out of Lord knows where to come over here, take over the school for a year, and then just shut it down. So, yeah, kicking the can down the road for, you know, $4.5 million this year and then potentially more down the following year. You know what I mean? That's actually not, you know, I don't think anybody in the audience, if I give you the opportunity to manage that money, you would take that option. I mean, you just wouldn't do it. So, but we'll continue to move forward. I, for one, am going to respect the decision of every board trustee here or whatever happens here. And I'm going to continue to collaborate and give this information till I serve on the board of trustees and see if eventually, you know, it'll end up better in Midland. But that's it. It's yours, Dr. Ramsey.
So when I came here about a year ago, my 90-day plan spoke to several things that I would be doing, activities, meeting with community members, internal, external stakeholders, getting a SWOT analysis. At the same time that I would be reviewing all the various plans that school districts have. Master technology plan, master facility plan, master English learner plan, and so on and so forth. This is my second superintendency, and my first superintendency, that took me about 20 to 25 days to review all the different plans that existed. In Midland ISD, that took me a couple of days. And those of us on staff, we know that it's because we lack coherence, and systems is something that we're working towards. And so the board here tonight has a decision in front of them because we don't have coherence across the district. That's something that we're working on as a leadership team to change. We don't believe that we make those decisions in isolation. We don't believe that we sit in a room and we create a plan. You saw an example of that tonight with the calendar and the calendar options. We bring those that are the closest to the item. We get a lot of feedback, and we distribute leadership across district and community. As I continue to hear questions from the trustees, over and over again, I kept thinking, there's no roadmap. And that's a major concern. And so I have said individually to board members, it is my hope, I cannot promise because things happen, but it is my hope that we never have decisions in front of the board like today where we're not able to have a through line on decisions that meet our goals, that speak very clearly to a plan in a long-term, long range, and a plan that is holistic. And so I fully understand why it's so difficult for the board this evening, because they are trying to make a decision kind of in isolation of a larger plan.
Ms. Spencer, as someone that's attended the long-range facility strategic planning committee, have there been any discussions there about YWLA, or were y'all waiting on tonight to happen so that those discussions happened?
Because we are in some decision-making stages now, that question was posed in our meeting last Thursday night, and my answer to them was that will be a consideration based on the action taken on Tuesday night. So certainly, if the board chooses to move forward with option one, the long-range planning committee will be tasked with considering, based on what their thoughts are, whether or not an existing facility could be repurposed in the future for YWLA, or what other options might exist.
I have one more question about the timing of cost. I'm sorry, I've asked it so many times. But to Rick's point, we're expected to pay 3.8 to get ready for next school year.
Correct.
And that work would begin immediately in order to be ready, correct?
Yes.
Along with parking.
Yes, that's why the decision is so important tonight, specifically for option one, because there are an additional transformer is necessary on site to accommodate the electrical needs, that type of thing at the Jones site, and that's why a decision regarding option one is optimal for tonight, because we have to have a decision.
Okay, and then the second question is the additional funds that we have talked about tonight. At what point will we have to approve? I know that would come through during our budget workshops. We would have the opportunity to allocate, but when would we're at the drop dead point right now for this year. When is that next tranche of additional funds essentially going to be needed to be made available in order to start the next?
So knowing if option one is approved tonight, knowing that, as you said, the funds would be allocated in next year's budget, and planning would begin in the fall regarding the needs that would exist to build that out, which we know at minimum include the additional portable and maybe some additional groundwork would be necessary.
I'm just trying to understand in my mind if there would be the opportunity for long-term planning to essentially have the opportunity to work before we would eventually have to spend the last amount of funds in order to possibly do something else.
So my crystal ball that doesn't really exist. For purposes of the long-range planning committee, no, because based on the dominoes that would have to happen to accomplish the repurposing of an existing facility are years down the road and potentially require a bond. So essentially, the only option that could exist not to continue with what we'll call Phase 4, because
Right.
that was the original term,
Mm-hmm.
would be if somehow there were another facility available in the community that was available
Repurposed.
and reasonable.
So essentially, because to be honest, in my mind, I've kind of been taking out the fourth phase and the cost of that out of this decision. But in reality, timing is such that by choosing option 1, it's really not a commitment of 3.8. It's essentially a commitment of over $6 million. Is that correct?
Option 1, in theory, yes, is a commitment to build out through Phase 4 and complete the project, yes.
So with that information, I just asked Mr. Bishop, would that sway your, I know you've struggled as well, and just being the facilities chair in that committee, does that number affect your decision at all, or is it still solidified on option 1?
I made the motion.
Okay. All right, that's all the information I need.
So, Ms. Spencer, I just want to follow up because I'm seeing 3.7, 3.8 million, and then another roughly 1.3. So isn't that 5 million? Or-
So the 1.3 is facility only
Okay.
and not the cost that would be required to bring it in and get it ready, and any additional codes for the city requirements and such. So there would be general contractor fees associated and things of that nature that we don't have quotes for at this time.
And so again, going back to the planning committee, y'all are looking, I mean, the update we received this week was their goal was an elementary, probably on the northeast side. They determined the other thing they've identified was maintenance program.
So there's a great deal of work to continue with the Long Range Planning Committee, and as in the update on Friday that the board received, there's some things that need to be more specifically addressed regarding secondary facilities. I do not want to give the impression that secondary facilities are not a priority for that committee. We know, based on our comprehensive facilities assessment, the needs that exist specifically at Legacy High School, Midland High School, and Legacy Freshmen. So absolutely, those are priorities of that committee, and we need to really narrow in and define what that looks like moving forward in a comprehensive high school scenario for Midland ISD. So there's some additional work to be done there. Outside of that, priorities that have risen to the top are addressing the MEP, so the mechanical, the electrical, and plumbing needs that have also been identified in our facilities assessment across our district. And then there is a recognized need in the future for an elementary school at 349. In Lone Star Trails, where we have property that exists.
And to one of the plaguing questions for me about the, if we're talking about long-range planning, the overcrowding issue and the rezoning and of our elementaries, one thought has been that if we were to eventually pass a secondary bond, there would be the possibility of moving our sixth grade students off of our elementary campuses, in addition to quitting our transfers or reevaluating them. And that could potentially, now again, those are eggs that haven't hatched, but potentially be a factor in alleviating some of those issues.
Absolutely. There are several considerations that go into determining any additional boundaries that may need to be addressed in the future, and that is one of those. And it would not be the right thing for me to make any additional recommendations beyond what is in the next agenda item based on some decisions that are still forthcoming.
honestly say this is one of the hardest decisions ever to make because, like I said, Mr. Davis, Mr. Marquez are 100% accurate that we can't kick the can down the road. And so I guess we have a motion and a second on the table. And so I need to call for the vote unless there's any other discussion.
Can we get clarity, just because at a committee originally, you said you were supporting the committee's recommendation. What I heard Mr. Bishop say is that the committee is recommending option 1. Is that correct?
I said the majority of the committee.
The majority, excuse me.
At the conclusion of our committee meeting, a majority supported option 2. Following the committee meeting, the majority now supports option 1.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So the motion was option 1.
We have a motion by Mr. Bishop and a second by Mr. Booker. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. We have 3 votes for. That is not enough votes to pass. Do we have another motion?
I make a motion that we move to option 2.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Marquez, a second by Mr. Davis. Any other discussion? And I just feel like facts speak, and that's where we are. And I apologize that $12 million is a big number. And Ms. Spencer, I'm going to call on the long-term facility committee, strategic planning committee. I'm going to say that right at some point tonight. That they've got to make amends. So we have a motion by Mr. Marquez, a second by Mr. Davis. All those in favor, please show by raising your right hand. We have 4 votes. All against? We have 3. The motion passes 4-3. In favor of option 2. Agenda item 7D is discussion of possible action related to proposed boundaries for 2022-2023 school year after affecting Yarborough Elementary and Henderson Elementary.
Sorry.
Ms. Spencer.
Thank you. Trustees were presented with the information regarding the boundary proposal impacting Henderson and Yarborough Elementaries in the last regular meeting. Since that time, an additional meeting has been held with families at Yarborough Elementary that would be affected by this decision, and given information regarding what their options are for the 22-23 school year.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Schetti. Do I hear a second? Second by Mr. Davis. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
The time is now 9:59. The board will move into closed session in accordance with Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subject matter authorized by law, and Section 551.074 for the purpose of considering the appointment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, to hear complaints or charges against a public officer or employee. Do not expect action coming out of closed session, but thank you for being here tonight and sitting through the meeting with us. The time is now 10:59 and the board is emerging from closed session. There are no actions arising from closed session, and we will adjourn at 11 o'clock. Thank you.